What's up, everybody? How you been? So, I'm going to do a real quick rundown. We're going to go over actually a pretty long segment from the Side Scrollers podcast. What's up, everybody? How you been? So, I'm going to do a real quick rundown. We're going to go over actually a pretty long segment from the Side Scrollers podcast. What's up, everybody? How you been? Sorry about that. Hopefully the echo goes away quickly. I didn't know there was a sound on one of these. Off. My bad. We're going to go over it because this is one of the things that I push a lot. I'm kind of tired of the gaming industry as a whole. Starting with video game companies themselves to the supposed video gamers. To the bullshit. If you don't know, this probably all started back in 20-ish with Gamergate. We had retards like Sargon of Akkad. A bunch of people saying Gamergate was over because Feminist Frequency died when it wasn't over. So today on the Side Scrollers podcast, they or yesterday they announced games, the Real Game Awards. So what it is you have to sign up for it. It does cost money, which is fine with me. It's like $30 a year. I will probably end up signing up eventually, but if you want to hear more about it before what they're doing as before I sign up. Healthy set of skepticism. Did an interview with one of the people who I cannot stand within the gaming culture or whatever you want to call it. His name's Nick Calandra. He, for lack of a better word, literally a bitch. So from what I could tell throughout the podcast when I was listening today at work, obfuscated the whole time. So he didn't obfuscate. He just shifted the goalpost constantly. He answered a question. Craig answered a question about the thing that he made. By the way, I don't like these people. I mean, I have problems with them too. But my problems with them are vastly different than yours. I have one problem with them. So actually, we'll actually pull that up too. I'm gonna find it real quick and search. Go. Hopefully it doesn't autoplay a video. We'll share that screen too, as well. Share more than one. Oh, you probably can't. We'll swap that out real quick. Or watch the video. So I will be pushing this because this is very important. If you have the money to spend on it, definitely do it. It's $30 a year to become a member. You become a member, you get to vote on the categories and all that stuff. So I'll let Craig turn it down, but explain it. Stuttering Craig, or I forget his last name. So the people who are on the board who cannot vote, by the way, whoever's on the board can't vote, cannot be an access journalist. So which means you don't get new people doing this. So this is the Real Game Awards, started up by Craig, stuttering Craig from Side Scroller podcast. And you have D-Day Cobra. If you don't know him, he's Geeks and Gamers, owner, founders, so on and so forth. Cabertus, the finder of DEI detected and soon being detected groups and web pages. And then Mark the Cyborg, who I've seen before. I just don't know him very much. I don't know anything. That's what I know about him. He seems like an alright dude from the stuff I've seen him on. I should probably watch more of his stuff to get a feeling for him too. Now, my problem with these guys isn't actually what everybody else's problem is going to be. My problem with these guys is pretty simple. They're too fucking soft. They're too fucking soft. I will say the only one that's actually done anything of massive value against this stupid fucking woke bullshit that exists in our fucking culture right now is Cabrutus. He started a a list on Steam called Sweet Baby Ink Detected, and a whole bunch. There's like 400,000 people in there, which is fine. He's pointing out a company that pushes woke bullshit, bad storytelling, pretty much everything that's wrong with gaming as far as like from a story and gameplay element. Uh, he was telling people about it. He started a group about it, saying these are the games that they're working on, or companies like them are working on. He's the only one that's actually done anything. Now these guys do. I don't know about Mark the Cyborg, but starting Craig and D-Day Cobra, they do make gaming news stuff. They talk about the culture. They talk about all kinds of shit. So that's cool. Kind of like what I do here. But that's cool. But my problem is that all of them, maybe not Mark, I don't know. But as far as Cabrutus, Stuttering Crag, and D-Day Cobra, they all have this thing about redemption. I don't believe in redemption, and there's a reason. We aren't in DBs. We are not in the people that we're dealing with aren't Vegeta from fucking Dragon Ball Z. It's not a redemption arc, okay? They're just assholes, in my opinion, pieces of shit. People, mostly in access journalism, including the person who's going to be talking on that we're going to be going over. So the whole time, so keep in mind, this is what I'm talking about. It's membership. We'll go over that. Monthly supporter, support and suggest. Award show ticket. That's how many, I guess it's how many. I don't know what this is. I guess it's suggest, nominate, vote, and you are listed as a sponsor. I-1337. Wonder what that number has to do with anything. That's a weird number. And to nominate and vote is $30 per year. You pay it once, and then you have it for the year. You vote on the things. So this is supposed to be a direct, not a direct competitor, but a direct way for actual gamers to vote, including access journalism. But access journalists are not allowed on the board. So these guys aren't journalists, to my knowledge. They're definitely not access journalists. They don't get shit for free from any gaming company. Brutus isn't, I guess you could say he's a journalist, because he does have a website doing that, but I think he just stacks up evidence, so, and then it publishes it. So I guess without a narrative, I don't know if he has a narrative or not, whatever, doesn't matter. But, you know, I don't have huge problems with any of these guys, especially Mark, because I don't know much about him. But my problem with Cabrutus, D-Day Cobra, and Setting Craig is that from listening to them talk, they're a little too soft, and I don't believe in redemption arcs for this kind of shit, because they're actively destroying gamer culture. Gamer culture 2 decades ago is not gamer culture of today, and in a bad way. Gamer culture of today is kind of lame and gay and full of faggots who just bitch and complain. It's all just a bunch of Karens that want to bitch and complain, and that's all they got. That's why I don't like the gaming culture of today. I did a video the other day for Rumble and YouTube, and I even published it to Twitch and I think Kick as well, talking about this problem. And I will keep pointing this out on Twitter. When they start bitching about something or someone, I'm going to point out, well, you guys kind of keep creating this because you guys wanted a redemption arc. And it's not just them. There's a lot of people. It's a lot of creators. I'm not against these guys at all. They can have their award show. I actually want them to have their award show. I actually think the idea is really cool. But a lot of people don't seem to want their award show. Now, what I mean by that is that there's a subsect of people on the internet who get mad because they sit there and tell you, hey, go make your own thing. And then when own thing is made, they get pissed off about it, right? So, for instance, we'll go with Eric July. Eric July is a comic book creator. He not just a comic book creator, but he's got a lot of stuff. But right now, he's pretty much known. He's a YouTuber, comic book creator, and a vocalist in a band. And I'm sure he does other stuff too. But he's a good source of what I'm talking about. It's the fact that nobody everybody, he made his own comic. Not only did the weirdos who are obsessed with making comics gay or some have some retarded bullshit going on with it. Um, that isn't about comic books. So he decided to make his own company, decided to make his own comic, which is doing good, and I'm glad it is. Again, the only problem I have with Eric July is the same thing I have with Sutter and Craig, and D-Day Cobra, and the rest of Geeks and Gamers, Dargon of Akkad, and all these guys. More of a rant. I think they're just being lame fags and just not realizing that. And today you'll see that live on this going over this segment on what's a very long segment too. It's about an hour and a half. Stuttering Craig talking to Nick Calandra, I think is how I say it, or Calandra. I forgot how to say his name. Sorry, but I've seen him a lot on Twitter in the past. I've seen him a lot on Twitter now. He's called out people. He's called people who he's said people are pedos. He said people are this or that without any evidence to the contrary. Or it's kind of without any, not even evidence to the contrary, evidence for what he's saying. If anything, there's evidence to the contrary. Now, he's also gotten people, I wouldn't say fired, but people have definitely got calls at their jobs they work at, and people complaining about them on their off time when they have nothing to do with whatever their job is. He also took down Smash JT's website because he had a list of Kotaku and friends of people that did stupid shit, who are games journalists from Kotaku usually, and people who associate with them, who post and say stupid shit on the internet about gamers, and the reality is that they aren't gamers at Kotaku. I think they're gamers and they're journalists, but every time they say that word, it's kind of hilarious. Alyssa McConte, the biggest cunt on the face of the planet that calls herself a journalist, wrote an article about the Elden Ring DLC, and pretty much made talked about it for like 5 seconds, and then complained about people being mean to her on the internet. Now, or just telling her shut the fuck up because she's stupid. That's really what it was. Now, we're gonna watch this. We're gonna watch this, and the reason we're gonna watch this is because you're gonna see a disingenuous retard who is pissed off because he wasn't asked to be. Essentially, he can't be a part of the board of it because he is an access journalist. Gets codes from gaming companies to have the game. He's not allowed to be a part of the board, but he can vote. And after he answers those, after Craig answers the questions about that, which he still doesn't like, as you can see in his face, you're gonna see a disingenuous retard who just shifts the goalpost constantly. You're gonna see. He doesn't know his ass from his face. He's a 2-year-old child who, if he doesn't get his way, he makes a shit fit out of it. Just because Studying Craig, who, you know, I agree with most of the time, but I do have a problem with him. It's not him himself. It's approach to redemption. Is kind of stupid. And you can see why I don't believe in redemption in this video. You can see why I can't stand people like this. They're disingenuous hacks that don't know their ass from their face. They sit there and talk a big game, but when someone says, but every fucking time someone goes and does their own thing, they have a shit fit. Same thing happened with Comicsgate and fucking Eric July. Okay, Comicsgate is a fucking joke at this point in time. And the only person who actually decided to make money off of it and do their fucking thing was Eric July. All the other ones, what I can tell, there's a few, and actually, what's his name? Razor Fist. There's a few who are still working on theirs still. You know, it takes time. I'm not going to sit there and shit on those guys who haven't announced or released their product when they haven't put a release date on there. But there's quite a few guys there who are pieces of shit. Ethan Van Sciver being one. And I'm saying this just simply because from what I'm seeing of him online and what I'm seeing of him and his work may be great, and that's cool. I have nothing against his work itself. And I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I'm just saying he's a dumbass. He hasn't released a few things yet that should have been released for years now, or at least months, and it's kind of sad. And the only one who is making profit at the moment and actually doing what they said they were going to do is Eric July, so he's butthurt about that. And so are a lot of people. Look, as much whether you like Eric July or not, it doesn't really fucking matter because he did what he said he was going to do. That's what happened, right? That's what he did. That's what he fucking did. He did what he said he was going to do. Now, you don't have to like that, but with that said, it is what it is. And we're going to go over this, I guess, interview / not interview. Now, you're going to see some keynotes from Blab. She doesn't talk too much. And I can kind of see why. I can kind of see why. She's kind of annoyed with a lot of stuff. I don't know which one I like better. If I like any of these better. What about this one? Probably not, because it's going to make... Kind of also want to put... we'll just go back to the regular layout. Alright, so I want you to watch this. I'll make it full screen and Alt-Tab to the next thing. So, yeah. Watch it, enjoy. Hopefully it's not... he's already said he doesn't care about the bullshit, so or copyright anything. So we'll watch it. We will watch it and enjoy it. Okay. And actually, he's live right now, probably doing video games or catch up on super chats because he ran really late with this thing. Let's watch it and we'll talk about it. But before we do, head over to Rumble. Hit like, share, subscribe, follow, whichever platform you're on, whichever thing that it applies to. You got it. Head over to Rumble. Support the stream. Send me a Rumble rant. All the money that goes into this is for this. So all the money that I get from doing this goes to this, and that is it. To make it better, make the streams better, make videos better, all of it better. Head over there. YouTube, follow, like, share, subscribe. I like to have a bigger following on YouTube and Rumble. So Rumble, same thing when you get over there. You don't have to send me just a Rumble rant. You can just hit follow, like, share, subscribe. You don't have to send me a Rumble rant at all. Just a follow, like, share, and subscribe will do more than anything. Head over to Twitch. Follow me over there. That's more specifically for live streams only. Kick, same thing. Follow me over there. X, you can follow me over there. And I talk a lot of shit online, so you'll see me making fun of shit, pointing out stuff that's dumb as shit and things like that I think are dumb as shit and all that stuff. Head over to Instagram. The more followers I have on Instagram, I think I have to get to 100 or more. I can stream there. I wouldn't mind streaming there. It's the only reason I want to stream there is because I'm just in more places. Same with Facebook. If you head over there, same thing. I just want to have more places to stream. With that said, we'll start the video and we'll stop where I need to. If Dustin jumps in, which he probably will, we'll talk about it. So Sonny Craig's going to go over his whole spiel with the Real Game Awards, and then he's going to bring on Nick Calandra and talk it out with him. You see Blabs as co-host / producer, and you see Melanie Mack. He was on the show today talking about other stuff too. So for about an hour. So this ended up being an hour-long thing that's kind of hilarious to me because you sit there and watch Nick Calandra be pretty dumbass.
The Real Game Awards. A few months ago when I announced Take Games Back, I, like many of you, had pretty much just reached a tipping point. I was, and am, just sick and tired of seeing gamers just disrespected by journalists and even people within the video game industry. It is amazing to see an industry that has just such disregard for its customers. Take Games Back was and is a call to action because something has to be done. And since I made that first announcement, journalists, consultants, and industry activists have almost like doubled down. We've seen journalists dox people, literally call people's wives, and even challenge people to physical fights I mean, what a joke. As I said before, it's one big club and you're not even invited to it. And the worst part about it is that these people have the gall to think that they get to decide the best games of the year at some overly corporatized, super sterile award show that plays it safe. Not anymore. Starting today, Take Games Back is officially called the Real Game Awards. I've always thought the phrase for gamers, by gamers is extremely cliche, but I gotta be honest, that's exactly what the Real Game Awards is. You decide what you like best, not some activist blogger out of San Francisco or New York. We're gonna remove all that bullshit product placement and all that celebrity nonsense that's thrown in there. Get right to the core of it. It's about games. If you're tired of all the nonsense in the video game industry and want to help reclaim the voice for actual gamers, become a voting member of the Real Game Awards. And hell yes, we're gonna gatekeep, which is why it costs $30 a year to become a voting member. If you become a member today, guess what? We're actually taking suggestions for categories right now. Yes, you will decide the categories voted on in this year's award show. In 2024, we want to do a...
All right, before he goes on, this is just his spiel about it. This is an announcement for it. It's nothing crazy. It's just him talking about it, okay? Now, when I say this, I'm going to tell you that everybody, for some reason, hates gatekeeping nowadays. I'm sorry, I hate to tell you this, but there's a reason why a lot of these franchises have failed to produce anything of value or anything that anyone really fucking likes. Recent history. It's because it wasn't gatekept. Now, I'll give a prime example, and I bring this up later on. I'll bring it up later on when Nick Calandra brings it up, actually. The reason Halo fucking Infinite sucks is because they didn't gatekeep it and they rushed it. That's what fucking happened. That's the reality. Get mad about it, but I mean, the reality is nobody gate kept it at 343. That's what happened.
Digital event because our goal is simple. We want to save as much money as we can for 2025 where we can hold a physical event. I don't care if we do it at a Buffalo Wild Wings. The point is we gotta take action. With that said, it's time for you to take action and help reclaim the voice for gamers in this industry and hobby that we all love. Go to therealgameawards.com and become a voting member and start suggesting categories literally right now. All right, so that's what we announced yesterday.
All right, so that was his announcement yesterday. That's what he was talking about, and Nick Calandra had questions about it. That's fine, he can have questions about it, but the questions are just kind of dumb. And people can get mad at me when I say this, but I think what Craig's doing as far as a Game Awards thing is probably the smartest way to do it. People who actually want to do it will be able to do it. I think the only actual problem Nick Calandra has with it is that it costs people money. Well, it's an award show. All the money's going to go to the award show. The first year is not going to be anything special. It's going to be a digital event. They might run out of space to have a few people that they know or even award winners there that they know if they can show up to support them being there. That's probably the worst that'll happen. Now, next year, they're trying to save as much money as possible from what he's explained yesterday. They're going to go over this again, but I'm going to explain it to you now. They're going to save as much money as they can from this year and next year to have a Game Awards that actually is a physical event while also being broadcasted. So I'm assuming their channels, the people's who won channels, because I've seen how these guys stream. I like how they do that. Craig has said several times if Melanie Mack wants to stream, she can stream while he's on there. Blabs too. Well, maybe not Blabs because she works for him, but anyone who goes on there is allowed to stream it as well. Hey, look, it's a Rotom freeze, frost, whatever. It's a fridge boy. Anyways, point being, we're going to be on here late tonight because of this. I'm going to break down some stuff at what... Every time he shifts the goalpost, I'm going to tell you he just shifted the goalpost. Right. That's what's going to happen. But yeah, so he's going to bring on Nick here in a second after explaining what he just showed, and then go from
yesterday, and so far the response has been really strong. People have really enjoyed it. As I said, people have really gotten behind the idea, and people feel like there needs to be an alternative. And as I said before, I think that having an alternative is always a good thing, because right now there's one industry event, and there's not really, there are several like smaller web specific. If you own a website or something, you do your own award show. But I'm thinking of something that's bigger. So with that said, you announce something, and naturally there's going to be some criticism. And we have, I like to pull up these tweets just to make sure that we got them. But you know what? We'll pull in Nick Calandra to join us. Nick, how are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good, man. Welcome back. It's been a few months since you've been on the show. How have you been?
Not too bad. Trying to, if I twitch a little bit, my neck is completely kinked up, so I may be a little bit not giving you guys the looks.
That's okay.
In pain.
Well, we appreciate you coming on, man, because most people wouldn't, and I think it's big of you to do that. We've talked about coming on the show many, just even this weekend we talked about getting you on the show with Smash, because you and Smash been going back and forth. And I think it's important that we actually show people that you can actually have a conversation. So I appreciate you coming on to have a conversation. So you have been, you're very critical of this idea of the Real Game Awards. Tell me why.
I'm not exactly critical of the Real Game Awards. I mean, I've been critical of Keeley's Game Awards for the exact same reasons why you're doing this. I think it's too showy, it's too corporate, and all that. I think my biggest criticism of what you're doing here is, if you want it to be taken seriously and legitimized amongst the wider audience,
which we don't.
Why don't you?
Because I think that's exactly, we have no interest in being taken seriously by journalists or
that's not
any member of the access media.
Sure. That's not exactly what I mean. I mean more just in bringing in a wider audience, the people that would actually want to watch it.
So here's my thing. I think that the wider audience, the regular person, the normal man who watches our show, I think there's a lot more of them than there are of the niche bubble activist who works inside the industry. And that's who our audience is. Our audience is the people who grew up playing games, saw a dramatic shift in the last few years, and are saying, what the hell's happening? What just happened to video games? Why these games that we loved, why does everything need to have some sort of social agenda?
All right, his one complaint I will say here is like, it's too corporate. It's like, dude, it's not corporate at all. There's no corporations involved. These are 4 people getting together and more, I'm assuming, to make a video game awards thing for normal fucking people and not just corporate slop
attached to it, when that's never been a thing ever in entertainment, and up until the last few years it's been. So a lot of people in our audience in particular have their head spinning.
That's the first thing. He'll shift the goalpost once he goes over it, is that and 2 other questions that he has.
And they're looking for an alternative, right? They don't like the idea of, as you said, a corporate or sanitized version of an award show that is built around industry input, that you have to pay $250,000 to have your trailer played at, right? I get the idea of advertising, but I would much rather have a show that is funded by our audience, so we don't have to have corporate sponsorship. So instead of it being as so eloquently put by Mark the Cyborg, it's either going to be a member funded event or it's a marketing event, and this is not a marketing event. This is meant to be an event that is built for people who like playing games and like talking about games, and not necessarily a dog and pony show for members of an elite list or a journalist list.
He's gone.
Do you consider me a member of that elite list?
Do you vote on any of those shows?
Nope, I've never been invited.
Okay. Then no, I guess not. I mean, I know that you have your Patreon, and you were with Escapist for a long time and such, and that's why I said anybody can truly vote on this. Literally anybody, right?
Sure.
But as far as we have some specific rules when it comes to our board of directors, which I know you're not a big fan of our board of directors. It is what it is. You're going to like people, you're going to not like people, but those rules are pretty simple, right? And when it comes to when it comes to all this, we'd want to make this as straightforward as it possibly can, as we possibly can.
For that board, have you reached out to other people that
absolutely
disagree with you?
100%. Absolutely. Yes. And to be clear, when it comes to the board, our rules are they're not allowed to vote. They can't be on any press list or AAA developer, receive any sort of perks, and you can't work for traditional gaming access media, right? I think that's pretty basic rules. When you're trying to do a show that's for gamers by gamers, I think having those rules associated with it are there. Question for you: are you on any press lists or receive any perks from AAA gamers or AAA publishers?
What do you consider perks? Review codes?
Review codes, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. So you wouldn't be eligible for a board, right?
Sure.
So let me ask you this: as a member, so yeah, you would be considered access media because you.
That right there. Did you watch his face when he did that? That's why he's mad. Keep watching.
You, as a member of Access Media, do you ever feel that as a member of Access Media that you can't say things because if you did say those things, you may potentially lose said access?
I mean, yeah, the story about how we don't work with Sony anymore is far and wide. Basically they tried to compare Yahtzee to Cinema Sins, and they didn't blacklist us or anything. We could have kept requesting codes, but I wasn't going to grovel to get review codes. We could just go buy them. The only reason we need review codes is so that we can get videos out on time, and even then we don't follow strict embargo schedules anyways. So
but what's the point if you don't follow embargo schedules? What's the point? Wouldn't it be better? Sorry, Nick. Wouldn't it be better if you just spent $60 on the game instead of?
We often do.
Right. So and then provide that at your leisure, because at the end of the day, specifically in today's climate, wouldn't it be better if you just created a great review based off of personalities?
If we were a single personality channel, sure, but we're not. We're got 13 full-time people. We cover a lot of different games. If we don't get review copies 2 weeks in advance, like we're way behind on just staying up to date with things. So we definitely could do it without review copies. But it just makes our jobs easier to stay up to date with the games that are coming out, so that we're not behind all the time.
But behind to what? That's the bigger question. Like, behind to what?
Well, I mean, you've seen our channel. Look at all the indie games we cover every week. I mean, we cover more indie games than any other outlet out there. There's no way to keep up with that if we don't get those copies in advance time and have time to prepare that coverage.
Once again, you're setting an arbitrary deadline that means nothing to anybody, right? And if people trust the reviewer, they'll wait for that review. And that's on you for setting that arbitrary deadline. Which it's not like they say, get this review out by a certain date, otherwise we're not going to give you another code in the future, right? What you're looking to capitalize on is search engine optimization and people searching for that review at that time, right?
Well, not exactly. I mean, we're completely crowdfunded. We don't really do the search engine game anymore.
That is a lie. I can tell you why it's a lie. He wouldn't have deadlines if that was the case. Look, if you want me to review the games, I'll review the games that I'm playing. I will review Scarlet and Violet in depth if you want me to. I can make a video talking about it. All right? I can make a video talking about what's good about the game, what's bad about the game. If you want that, tell me. I will definitely do it. Maybe I will just for funsies, because I went through Scarlet and Violet all the way through. I have a few small things to do in Scarlet and Violet. A few small things. Don't get me wrong. But I don't think they're critical to the gameplay. I don't think they're critical to the review. And I don't think they'll be critical to anything. As far as that goes. Now, I was actually thinking about doing a Scarlet and Violet review. Because I do have some problems with the game. The whole game. Not just one or two things. Everything about it. Maybe I will. But for now, finish watching this.
Where we're not running a website.
Then once again, what does it matter?
Well, what does it matter that we get review copies in the first place? You view them as a gift. I just view them as a work material.
Right. Well, they're given to you, right? And
he's a liar. He just lied there. He literally just lied there. He views them as work material. That's a lie. He wouldn't ask for review codes if he viewed them and have a review out at a certain amount of time without it being a perk. That's just a reality.
with expectations and strings attached to it. And Nick, I've been there. I've played the game before, man.
What expectations or strings are attached to a review code?
The expectation being that you have to not necessarily speak nice about it, but there are certain things. There are bullet points that are on a press release that says you can talk about this, you can't talk about this. I received these press releases, these embargo rules. You can't talk about it up to this certain time, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I've been when it comes to going to live events. I mean, I've been to all these things for years.
So have I. if there's one, if we don't feel comfortable with a review copy or embargo that's set on it, we don't do it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just everybody has to make those decisions on their own.
Well, let's go back to this though. Your criticism of the Real Game Awards. So continue. Like, what's?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't do that. He doesn't make the decision. Even someone who owns it, he doesn't make the decision. If he did, he wouldn't be reviewing games in the first place. At least not in the way that he's doing it. Do you understand why this is kind of like talking at two sides of your face?
What's the issue here with this and with you say the channels that proclaim for gamers don't even talk about games. Have you watched our show at all today? Have you?
I've seen your shows.
Right, and I would say we talk about games. We talk about entertainment. Now, are we breaking down pixels? Are we breaking down difficulty? No, we're talking about the larger cultural impact.
So his main complaint about side scrollers is that they talk about stuff that isn't just the game, but what surrounds the game. That's what he's saying. It's that this is disingenuous to say the least. They do talk about games regularly. They have a segment of this day in gaming history. Talk about new games and the cultural impact of those new games. They talk about a lot of stuff in gaming that isn't necessarily the hardware, software, stuff like that. Now, if Craig wants to do that and wants to spend a lot of money for the hardware side of shit, hit me up, Craig. I may have an issue with how you handle stuff sometimes, but I do like your show. I do like... I'm pretty sure I'd like you as a person, but at least from what I've seen on the internet. So, hit me up.
Act of games, and that also is a part of games.
Sure. I don't disagree with that. I don't.
Yes, he does. He completely disagrees with it. The reason he disagrees with it is because he doesn't like the shit that everyone is doing right now, except for them, and is taking his views. That's his problem. His views. That's his problem.
Like the messaging of how you're doing the Real Game Awards. I think if you want to do this thing and you want to compete and show it's better, like why not invite everybody in? And I'm not saying onto the board. I'm not saying into this. Like you open up your marketing with we're going to gatekeep people out of it. We're going to do all this.
Yes, gatekeeping is important. Anyone who tells you gatekeeping is bad is a fucking liar.
I just don't get it. I don't get why
you're going to run into the same thing though that we're already seeing with the mainstream awards. If you start allowing everybody in and people who do have access, I mean, the main concern here is that okay, is there some sort of bias involved with the panel? People want to see the actual gamers' voices being heard. So if you do just allow everybody, then you're going to run into the exact same thing and just a different name.
Yeah, I guess.
Melanie is right about that.
I just don't see the reason to make it an antagonistic angle. If you want to run an award show, run an award show, right? Like Melanie specific.
That's not antagonistic. Sorry.
Like I defended you 4 years ago when you were getting attacked online. Like I've always been against dogpiling and all these narratives that have come out about me about being in access media and all this bullshit. Like the same people that are.
He's not against dogpiling. He had people call people's jobs, dude. You're pro dogpiling. As a matter of fact, you're so pro dogpiling, you want to watch people lose their jobs because they said something you don't agree with. That's what happens. Like, you can get mad and say, that's not what happened. That is exactly what happened. So, like, he needs to stop, again, talking out of the two sides of his mouth.
Friendly with me now hated me 5 years ago because I took over the escapists. I'm not new to any of this bullshit.
Right.
It's all a game to people on Twitter, and that's fine. It is what it is. But
I think Yeah, I think it's just a tough situation right now for a lot of gamers because for all those of us who are, getting really tired of all of the activism that's being inserted into games, or for the fact that a lot of these, especially mainstream AAA games, are focusing more on reaching as many people as possible, therefore watering down the gaming experience for actual gamers. When we speak out against this stuff, we're being called bigots, we're being called haters, we're having people like Alyssa say, "Fight me in real life." So yeah, it's
You don't see that as antagonistic?
Oh no, I absolutely do. I wish.
Because he's a disingenuous shit. He has to admit it. The reality is, most of the antagonism comes from other people.
It would all stop. Like
What have you done to check her on Twitter?
Nothing.
Have you done anything to call her out and let her know how unnecessary that is? I mean, because once again, I mean, even with this, I mean, she's poking the bear again. The moment a straight white male feels the world isn't about him for a few minutes, he starts braying about taking back a space, the feebleness of a mind like that, the crippling insecurity that eats away at you. Fascinating. That means their entire world is homogenistic, or their friends, the space they inhabit, their work lives. What a sad, gray, miserable life this must be.
And that's crazy because even with what you're saying, you've not mentioned race or anything like that. We care about the gamers, and that's the thing is gamers do come from a variety of backgrounds and different races, this, that, and the other. So for her to automatically be antagonistic on the straight white male, this, that, and the other, that's all on her. And this is what we're met with constantly when we say something. It's like, oh, well, you're a bigot. Oh, it's because you're white. Oh, it's because you're straight. And we're sick of it. And also, when we were more, I think people are just a little more on edge and gatekeeping a bit more, because it's like, look what happened to the gaming industry in general. Look what happened with mainstream video games in general right now. And that's because a lot of us were just, oh yeah, let's let everybody in. This is great. And then activists have taken over, and that's reflected in video games. We're seeing remakes, remasters, this, that, and the other. Some of our favorite things that are being censored, and that.
Correct. We're at a point in gaming where, let me put it this way. You know that old meme of you wouldn't last in a Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 lobby? It's true. 99% of the people who play who review video games or are game journalists wouldn't last in those systems. Because they would get ridiculed, mocked, and they would end up crying. Because that's what ends up happening inevitably.
That are changing our favorite characters beyond recognition. So they're pushing us out. And so there's a level of boldness that we still have to have, and not for the sake of wanting to fight people, especially not in real life. But as, okay, we're sick of this. We're sick of being pushed out of our own hobby that we've been supporting for so long.
I mean, I'm not gonna do the whole defend Alyssa, defend this, defend that. Like, I've been on both sides of the aisle. Like, I've specifically criticized Kotaku heavily in the past because I didn't like all their bait against developers. Like, I've been there. I've been hated by pretty much everybody. It's fine. It's what it is. I fully disagree. I fully disagree that it's activists causing this stuff, and I know that's going to raise eyebrows in your chat, but I think it's
who.
That's because he's a disingenuous retard. That's why he that's why he doesn't agree with it.
I think it's completely the corporations running this stuff, and there may be
the activists inside of corporations.
Activists running at the top of those corporations, but I mean, you're getting remakes and remasters because people just keep recycling the same brands over and over and over again.
Right, but they're being ruined. They're not being faithfully.
But in the corporate eyes, they're reaching the largest target audience, right? And as you,
no, they're not. They're actually not reaching any audience because the sales are down.
If you feel on the outside of that, and you feel that woke or whatever you're going to call it is that center of attention right now, that's what the corporations are going to target.
But what we're seeing and what you see in real world is this woke audience isn't the largest audience. They're actually a very small audience that are just very vocal.
Do you think the very vocal audience on your guys' end is the same thing? Because people keep calling me woke. I've always maintained I'm moderate.
Well, let me
He's about as moderate as AOC.
What is the other end? We're not trying to insert any messages. We just want video games to be fun and to be video games again like they used to be.
But I think most people want that. I think like people were raging about Suicide Squad. I think pretty much everybody agreed that it was poorly written and it wasn't very fun. There was no mission design in that game. People keep point, but I don't think that has anything to do with.
Most people do want that. I agree with that, and that's why they need to stop pandering to this woke audience.
And he's a moron because there's actually a link between Sweet Baby Inc. and actually they did all the writing. Now you can still say something about the missions, but Sweet Baby Inc. did the writing for Suicide Squad. So
because the woke audience isn't the majority of people.
But that game failed because of the mission design, though. There's just nothing.
That is incorrect. It failed before the mission design. Before anyone released that game was failing.
Nothing to do in that.
Well, you can't say mission design killed it when no one fucking bought the game. That's the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard in my entire life.
It did look like a trash game in general, but the woke elements definitely didn't help it.
And Nick, here's the difference, right? You have one side that talks a big game but doesn't talk with their money. And then you have another side that talks a big game but actually reacts with their money, right? Or lack thereof. And that's the biggest thing here. And as pointed out by DJ Cobra, who is once again a member of the board, something made for everyone is something made for nobody, right? And there's a lot of truth in that. Right?
That's an Arrowhead Studios quote for Helldivers too. And look at all the shit they've done just because somebody put pride flags in their community bio.
Right.
Yeah, because you hire or you have fucking retards, activists running it again. Like, what do you not understand? What do you not understand? First off, if you're putting a company together, if I were to put a company together today, I don't care what bent you are. I'm going to tell you, if you have us linked to you, and you have bullshit like pride flags or Republican talking points or a Confederate flag or any of that shit in your stuff, you can't do that. Sorry. That's a part of being a part of a company. Now, if you don't have it linked to us, cool. I don't care.
So let me ask you this, Nick. Who is this modern audience that everybody's catering to? Like, because I
have an answer for this. The modern audience, this is where Craig and everyone else keeps saying it's nobody. No, it's fags. It's specifically fucking faggots. That's all it's ever been. That's all it ever be. And that's all they ever give a fuck about because they're the huge oppressed minority in the world or whatever. Dude, I don't play video games for politics. I play video games to get the fuck away from politics. But yet you're cramming that shit into my game. And blatantly doing so.
I've asked that question a million times, and I don't know who that modern audience is. And for the record, you describe yourself as a moderate. I also describe myself as a moderate.
Craig is an actual moderate. I'll give him that. But Nick is not. He's not. He's not a moderate. This whole thing is going to be shift goalpost, shift goalpost, shift goalpost. My point is this. I'm correct because we're allowed to do this and you're not. That's what it's going to be. That's all it ever is with them. And everybody gets mad at me when I say this shit, but it's the reality. The left sees it this way. I'm allowed to do political stuff, period. You are not, if you are not on the left. That's what it is. That's how the left, all of them. So when you hear someone say they're a moderate, but they are left-leaning, they're lying. Don't ever fucking listen to them again.
Right. So, but let's get back to that. Who is this modern audience?
It's fags.
Who knows at this point?
Like, nobody knows. That's the point.
Well, but that's what I mean. Like people keep trying to.
It's faggots, gays, transes, useless people that do nothing besides take up resources.
Put it into a box of what the modern audience is. Is it woke? Is it not woke? Whatever. I don't like. I have never given a shit about those discussions. I took over The Escapist, the site that was known for Gamergate. I had to rebuild the brand. Everybody on one side hated me just for taking that brand over. And then when all this stuff started with Second Wind, and I stuck.
Yeah, because you made it pro faggot. Like that's just the reality. It's still pro faggot. It's still we're gonna push the left narrative, and that's it. That's all you do.
Stood up to the corporation. Didn't take my severance.
The left likes to point out they stand up to corporations. Meanwhile, they were sucking the dick of every major pharmaceutical corporation when they're like, "Oh, we'll get the jab for fucking COVID." Brr.
Away from everything, and when we went and started Second Wind, then all of a sudden everybody respected me for it. Great. Like I'm not part of this circle that everybody wants me to be a part of. Like everybody keeps trying.
No, you are. You are. You fucking are, dude. You've already proven it time and time again. Stop acting. Stop lying. He's lying. He went after Smash JT because his name was on his list. Smash JT took his name off the list, and then he still went after him.
Trying to put people in boxes and labels and all this bullshit. I don't play that game. I don't use gamers as a derogatory term.
Yes, the reason he doesn't play that game is because he can't. Because he knows he can't. Because he knows he'll lose whatever following he has that is even remotely moderately centered.
That's our audience. Why would I do that? I don't use woke. I try not to use alt-right, all that bullshit. Maybe I have in the past. Right now, it's been very much one-sided against me. We'll put it that way.
And it should be.
My mentions that
maybe you shouldn't be disingenuous. That would be a big help. That's all he does.
Have been filled with
Smash JT isn't even fucking right wing. A lot of the people that they talk about that are alt-right aren't even right wing.
Really hateful people for weeks now, including people sending me gore into my DMs. So I'm not gonna play nice with certain people that have been targeting a lot of people in the industry that are doing good things. But
I can't think of a current person in the gaming industry that's actually trying to do anything that's worth fucking talking about.
This entire modern audience thing, like I've always viewed it. If you cover games, you make good material about games, you stay out of the culture war stuff on Twitter, which of course I'm involved in right now, and I really fucking don't want to be. Then your audience shows up.
He doesn't want to be involved in the culture war on Twitter right now, but he purposely placed himself in that position like what?
They're there to make cool. They're there to do cool things. They're there to talk about cool things. They're there to be critical thinkers. But everybody keeps wanting to get involved in this culture war stuff, and it's got to be one side versus the other side. Nick, I just like games.
Nick, you're right. I long for the day where this show doesn't exist because all this shit doesn't matter. But the reality is that video games are a major cultural. They have a major cultural thumb on literally everybody in the world, right? We all know the data, right? When it comes to video games generating more revenue than movies and TV combined, right? There's more people playing video games than ever before. So when this stuff is injected into the video games, and it's a reoccurring thing. Look, you guys cover video games from the beeps and boops perspective, right? The review scores. How does it play? We cover video games from the cultural impact of those games. So that's the difference about what we do.
Right? Cover them culturally too. I mean, Cold Take is talking about the corporate and cultural side of it all the time. I think the problem is like
from what I've seen at Cold Take, it's only talking about the corporate side of it. It's only ever corporate because that's all they know how to blame is corporation. They can't hold themselves accountable for the things that changed in those corporations in the past 10 years because they're afraid to, because they won't admit when they're lying the whole time.
Like, maybe you're going to disagree with me. I think you were very heavily focused on the Twitter and the Reddit discussions and not the wider breadth of games that exist. There's hundreds of indie games released.
Because the wider breadth of the games that exist aren't the ones that we care about. Let's be honest about this for a second. All right. We grew up playing games, and I'm playing one right now that I grew up playing, right? Everybody wants those games to stay relatively the same. Pokemon has kind of held on to that. Now they have done some stupid shit like getting rid of the National Dex in Gen 7, adding these stupid battle mechanics that like Gigantamaxing, even, I mean, if you want to blame it on Mega Evolution. That's fine, but Mega Evolution actually made sense and was coherent, whereas the other ones like Gigantamaxing and the even the alphas are kind of incoherent. It's like, why? That's a random mechanic added to a version of the game, but it makes sense in the setting. And terrestrialization or terrestrialized Pokemon, they're just trash. Like Dynamax is a little bit better, but like it's boring. Same with Z-moves. Z-moves are fucking dumb as shit too.
Every week. There's all kinds of cool games every week. That's why we do bite size to cover all these different games. And hardly there's games in there with political messages. There's games in there that are just games with no message at all. Like, I think people are so narrowly focused on these cultural impact points that Twitter.
Yes, because the gaming culture has changed to a point to where people don't even want to play the fucking video games anymore. What do you not understand about that? I've literally had friends quit playing video games because of this. Like, straight up. They're like, well, they're just going to talk shit on me all the fucking time that I'm not playing anymore. They do it not only on Twitter, they do it in-game. If they're going to have gay pride shit all the time on it, then I don't want to play it. It's that simple. Like, it's that simple. Like, people don't like that shit. Get over it. But it's okay because the left's doing it. Now, if the right was like, hey, we want to put up family values in a game, they would have a shit fit. He would too.
Or whoever else brings up, whether it's Stellar Blade, whether it's Suicide Squad that killed the Justice League, or Riot, whatever the fuck it is. People are so hyper-focused on these things, they're missing the breadth of games that are out there, which is what concerns me about the way you're doing the awards and the board that you have and all that is you guys are
goalpost shift. Right there.
very focused on those cultural impact points.
Well, it's so much more than just that, though. It's because we're getting our favorite things changed and ruined. And a lot of what we're saying and what we're against is speaking out against these things being changed and ruined. Tomb Raider, apart from the remasters recently, but mainstream Tomb Raider is not even recognizable anymore as a Tomb Raider game. Lara Croft is not recognizable in looks, personality, or anything. And this has been a pattern with multiple different properties. So it's not just like, oh, okay, I want to argue with this person on X because their politics or whatever. It's that, hey, why are they changing the things that we love? Why is mainstream gaming why can't the female characters be pretty anymore? Why can't why are our favorite characters being changed? Why is gameplay being watered down? Why aren't we getting actual video games that are trying to be video games instead of these extremely over budget cinematic experiences? What happened?
Well, that's what I mean. I don't think you're playing enough games if that's what you really think.
Well, because there are indie games out there. Well, what about some of our favorite mainstream properties? Are we not allowed to care about those anymore?
No, I'm not saying that either. Halo is one of my favorite properties. It's been
and the
taken to the
reason it
ground,
sucks
shot
now is because
multiple
we didn't
times.
gatekeep
But
it.
I think, I think that's what happens with franchises that run for 20,
dumb
30
fucking
years.
piece of
You get
shit.
new people working on them. They come in with
Dumb,
new
just
perspectives.
genuine
things
But
shit.
that
change.
shouldn't be happening, and that's our problem. And we're speaking out against that because, hey, if they're going to continue a loved franchise, then they need to be hiring people who care about it and who want to continue it and make it great. Otherwise, make something new. I really don't give a crap that much about these brand new games that are stupid, that have this, that, or ideology I don't like. I'm not playing those games. Like, do I think that they are trying to indoctrinate people with certain things? Yes. But my focus with talking about gaming and stuff, for the majority of it, is seeing how they've watered it down and how they've ruined it and how they've changed what we've already loved.
Yeah, I'm not gonna disagree with most of that. I disagree with the political side of it, I guess. But
most of us don't even want politics in games. I don't care. It's not a matter of, I don't like this because it has the politics I don't want. I don't want it to have the politics that I do have in it either. I just want video games to be an escape. We see this stuff every day, constantly. Can I play video games that escape all the political stuff?
I think that's more of an issue with writing and pandering than it is
Okay.
Yeah,
Then,
politics.
once again, going back to
So it's the fault of the gaming industry for doing that. So he doesn't. So making an award game that isn't tied to the gaming industry inherently would be the perfect way to fix this kind of thing. But we don't want to admit that because we're a piece of shit, disingenuous leftist that says he's a moderate and he's not.
this award show, right, that we're doing, right?
Sure.
You said you need to make this available to everybody. Everybody is welcome to be a part of this, right? It's up to them whether they want to or not, right? But it's important that you have some skin in the game, so you're invested in this, right? That's the idea. People have been like really critical of like, hey, why do you have to pay to be a part of this, to vote on polls and create categories and be a voting member of this, right? Well, number one.
That's what sticks his craw right there. You have to pay to be a part of it. That's what sticks his craw right fucking there. That, and he can't be on the board. He's upset that someone like him can't be on the board. Do you understand that? And he's also upset someone like him can't be, or someone like him has to pay money to be able to vote on something like this. I hate to tell you, but this is a personal, private thing, and no amount of industry the problem is they're leaving industry standards, and he's pissed off about it because it affects his viewership because he's disingenuous.
One, these things cost money, right? When it comes to physical events, you probably know better than anybody. If you've done any sort of physical event, it costs to run a venue, it costs to do AV, it costs to do, everything associated with it. And as somebody who's done events in the past, hundreds of thousands of dollars spent on these events, I know what that's like. And these things cost money, and the price has only gotten up over the last several years for producing these events, right?
Why wouldn't you have a roadmap or a budget or
because we don't know what the audience looks like right now. And we said, the audience is
why
So he's mad that they don't know what the audience looks like right now. That's what's going on right now.
We said that in 2024 we're going to have a digital event, and then in 2025 the idea is we want to do a physical event, right?
Yeah, but you've let that scale be either Buffalo Wild Wings or a huge event.
Fucking A.
So why for a digital event then? Why are you charging the money that for a physical event that you don't know what it's going to be yet? Why not just make it a $1 entry fee to put something skin in the game?
Yeah, as I said,
because he doesn't want it, because he wants to gatekeep it when it should be gatekept. Anyone saying gatekeeping is bad is a moron. All right, there's gatekeeping all over the planet. Okay, you can't work at a job you don't know how to do. Right? Like, I can't just go be a doctor. I can't just go be a lawyer. I can't just go be the president of the United States. I can't just go be a general in the military. Right? I can't do that. Okay? That's gatekeeping. I can't just go into the furry community, dress as a normal person, and say I'm a furry. That's gatekeeping. I can't, not that I would want to, because furries are fucking disgusting. I can't just go make a game because I don't know how to do that. I can't just go be a lead architect at a giant building in New York because I don't have those qualifications or even know where to start. I mean, I can get a guess, but because I worked in construction, but I'm not qualified for that. Having a qualification to participate in something isn't new, right? Don't go to middle school without going through elementary school. You don't go to high school without being in middle school and elementary school. You don't go to college without being in those, right? You can if you get a GED, right? So you still have a requirement, right? You still have that requirement, or you can test into it, I guess. The left is so privileged that they don't even see it.
You know, the idea is that we're saving money for next year to have that physical event. And I don't care if it's at a Buffalo Wild Wings, or I don't care if it's at the American Airlines Center in downtown Dallas, with 16,000 people at it. But the idea is that it could be any scale. Just depends on what the audience is. And right now the audience has shown that it's there. I think that if we get to 1,000 members, right now we're just over 200, and more people are signing up like literally right now. Then I think that puts us at a realistic opportunity to put together a pretty nice award show. 30,000 after payment processing and stuff. It's probably about.
Before we go down this rabbit hole again, I'm gonna go grab a drink and stuff. Right back. I'm gonna go check out the weather and grab a drink. So excuse me real quick. I was wrong. My neighbor was doing something. So. Nice. Weird. Anyways, before we continue, again, like, share, follow, and subscribe. Head over to Rumble real quick and support the stream. You can send me a Rumble rant. Send some money if you can afford it. I'm not expecting it, but follow, like, share, and subscribe would help. Over to YouTube, do the same thing, like, follow, share, subscribe. I'm not monetized there, so you make money there, but that's fine. With Twitch, things, follow, share. I don't know if you can give it a kick. Same with X. Head over to my Instagram. To get to 100 followers, we can then stream there. Like I said, I just want to stream to everywhere. Then head over to my Facebook for the same reason. And with that said, and with my drink refill, we will continue. Say Craig is bad because reasons.
$27,000, which is more than enough for venue rental, AV, streaming the event, things like that. Some travel associated with all that stuff. So yeah, I mean, realistically, these things cost money, and the idea is save and be, I think that's the thing that is most lost on this is, right. Nobody's looking to be a part of this to make money at all. Right. As I said earlier, this is meant to be a thank you to the industry more than anything else. Nobody's making any money on this. Will somebody will we pay for travel for people, for presenters and stuff to come in? Sure. Right. But we're not looking to generate any like revenue or to make any money on this, right? It's not like this is something to have a very nominal $30 for a year. I think is very fair. It's enough to where those who want to create havoc won't have interest, and it's those who It's also low enough to where those who want to contribute can still contribute. It's 8 cents a day.
You know, I mean, I'm not against you run. Like I said, I didn't call you a grifter or anything like that for running an award show. I think I totally on the ball for alternative award shows run by gamers. I have no issue with that. I'd like to see a roadmap for what this wants to be. But if you're not worried about it being taken seriously and it's just your audience that you care about.
Seriously by who?
I think anybody that's voting in it. Like what's the authority of it? Like you have the guy that's running a Steam group as part of your board. What authority does he have other than he put games on a list?
He cultivated such a huge amount of supporters for that. That actually was a great accomplishment. And what's cool about it was this was somebody who was just among them. This is somebody who's okay, he's just a normal gamer that started this up, and it just shows how like-minded a lot of people are. So I think that's a huge part of the appeal. If you want notoriety or we need these esteemed
all of these that either.
If you can't be respected without that, I mean, I think the fact that it's like, okay, this is truly is for gamers by gamers, as cheesy as that sounds, there's an appeal with that.
And let me.
I would combat. Well, hold on a sec. I would combat that because the people on your board do have notoriety. One of them runs Geeks and Gamers, and the other one runs a major Steam group.
Right.
You're just pulling from a different group of people. That's not what you consider access media.
No. Well,
why not have a mixture of both?
Let me answer your question about Cabrutus. Right. Cabrutus's group has 400,000 people who are willing to either buy or not buy a game based off of its involvement of the activism in these games, right? That group is worth tens of millions of dollars because that is people who are willing to say no with their wallet. Our board is built up with the idea of people being of people who have influence on YouTube as well as gamers as a whole, people who represent the average gamer. Cabrutus represents the normal man gamer, the fourth largest group on Steam. That's an accomplishment, and that's something that shouldn't be under, more than anything, the idea that there's 400,000 people that say enough is enough. That should tell you something. I mean, does it not? And what are your thoughts on like Alan here says our voices aren't being heard. Journalists go against our voices. It's pointless, right? What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, look, there's people. Half of the things that people get mad about on Twitter is a single author's opinion.
Or having an alternative to an award show.
Well, that's the thing is...
I disagree with how the award show is being run. I don't disagree with the award show in concept.
But once again, what do you disagree with? I'm saying everybody's welcome. Everybody can contribute.
They're not welcome.
According to who?
You.
I'm telling you, everybody's welcome.
You don't want anybody that you consider access media being a part of it.
Yeah, I don't want. You're right. Correct. Access media not welcome.
Okay.
Because there's no point in even doing it at all if you accept it, because then you just have another award show that has
always been exactly what Craig has called access media. It's always been that. This isn't fucking news, dude. You're just a petulant child that doesn't like the fact that someone said, fuck it, we're gonna do it anyways.
Yeah.
More people with room for bias.
What about sites that aren't IGN or Kotaku? What about DSO Gaming or
You're right. Listen,
smaller mid-tier sites that don't have that kind of access?
Anybody can vote. Anybody can vote. It's just a matter of if they're going to be a part of the board or not.
Right.
Everybody can vote. Literally everybody. People who aren't welcome members of the access media for the board. That's it. That's the only flag in this whole thing that you can consider possibly saying they're not welcome. That's it. Literally everybody else can vote. That's it. Even our board can't vote.
Sure.
So, how is that saying that people aren't welcome? I'm telling you with my voice right now.
I'm aware that it's your video talking about gatekeeping real gamers. Do you not consider me or my audience real gamers?
It depends. I think that your audience, I would say, I think that your audience is a different subset of gaming, right? But our audience, we're saying those who are tired of all the nonsense and corporate aspects of video games, then this award show's for you.
That's our audience.
Then they should probably sign up and become members at therealgameawards.com.
We'd run our own award show in that case.
then you
But what's the Run your own award show.
I said I don't have a problem with the award show. I don't have a problem with it. I have a problem with. I just have a problem with the messaging of it. If you want to compete against a corporate games award show,
Brutus,
I don't.
But you do. But you do. That's why you call it the Real Game Awards.
Because it's for real people who like playing games. It's not an industry event.
But regular people vote for the Game Awards. You know that, right?
No, regular journalists vote for the Game Awards. It's set on their website. It shows you everybody who's a voting member of it right there on their website.
There's part of the board that helps decide what games are going to be voted for. They do not vote for the winners.
So why can't the viewers do that? Why can't the audience?
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. I think it's when you look at the board of people on the Game Awards, it's all the biggest top tier mainstream sites that everybody knows about. I've always advocated for bringing in not even just corporate sites, but even like people that aren't in corporate anymore but are big names and well-known names. I've always advocated for bringing in smaller sites that have a more niche audience into those things. But you have to, as I've been told many times by my own team, you have to contact them and request to be added.
He's not. This is where it comes down to it, man. He's not advocating for it. Now he's doing the opposite. He's mad that he can't be on the board. He's mad that he has to pay to vote. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's all it is. That's all it will ever be. He's just a pissed off little gremlin. Because he thinks Craig is going to take all this money and do nothing with it. Even if he did nothing with it. Use it for... If he could do nothing with it, I wouldn't care. I didn't sign up yet because I want to see what's going on.
Added to it. They don't reach out. Or if they do, it's because IGN is one of the biggest outlets on the planet, and that's going to help the Game Awards reach.
And they're fucking horrible. The fact that they are the biggest one, and they took that and made it fucking worthless kind of proves his point.
What specifically do you disagree with about keeping Access Media out of this show?
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with that being on the board. I think we were crossing wires there on your gatekeeping certain people that you don't consider real gamers. But if anybody can vote, then okay. That's what I said. I said anybody can vote, so I get it. I get what you're saying, though. That doesn't come across in the messaging of your video. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, maybe that is a messaging issue, but the idea here is that once again, at no point did I say anything about real games. I said real gamers on the board in particular. I'm not saying we can't have real gamers on the board. As a matter of fact, I want real gamers on the board. That is, the entire board is built around having, and we'll be announcing more people soon, but the entire board is built around the idea of once again, people who have influence in the YouTube space, right? People who have who represent gamers as a whole, and we'll be announcing people from within the industry as well who want to be a part of this as well. So it's a three-headed monster, the board. That's the idea, and the board is only there to help shape the show and organize the show, right? Sure. At the end of the day, the voice is truly of the gamer, right? The idea of the members who go in and suggest the potential categories, go in, people who are behind those ideas, whatever the categories are, and to really liven up the idea of what an award show is, right? Like, tuxedos are great, but have you ever been to an event, right? I'd much rather have a red carpet instead of tuxedos and ties. I'd rather have a red carpet with cosplayers walking down dressed as their favorite video game characters. That's gaming, right?
Yeah, I mean, even the Access Media agrees more with you. People in Access Media are always criticizing the Game Awards for cutting off developer speeches and not giving the developers time.
And yet they go along.
Problem is, for something like the Game Awards,
but they haven't done anything.
The average person watching that doesn't want to listen to developer talk. They want to be shown new games.
Well, I think that's the difference between our audience.
And it's not so much Game Awards anymore. It's, hey, this is our new E3 type event where we're announcing new stuff. That's one of the problems that a lot of us have with what happened with the Game Awards. I mean, the title is Game Awards. Yeah, should it not focus on Game Awards above all else? I think that the whole including, we're getting new trailers for new stuff, that really ruined a lot of it.
Well, people in the industry say the same thing.
Yeah.
No, they don't.
So
if they say it, they don't mean it.
I really would love, like, once again, what do you disagree with about the idea? What's wrong about keeping the Access Media out of this event? Is there anything wrong with that idea?
And again, I said nothing's wrong with that. You can run your event however you want. I don't have
Why fucking
even in my
bitching about
tweets.
it?
I don't have a problem with you removing the excess media about it. I
So
have a problem with the way that it's messaged that only you are taking games back. Like that
Yeah.
that just doesn't make sense to me as somebody that every day we're streaming games, we're making content about games, we're talking about games. Our entire channel is not focused on
You're one of the parts,
culture
you're
war
parts of the
bullshit.
Robin.
Maybe my Twitter right now
You're
has
part
been
of the
involved
Robin.
in some
That's
of
why.
that, but even then, I'm still working behind the scenes on planning content for PAX West, going to do this kind of stuff. I think what that messaging is just that anybody that's not on your side of the aisle or what you consider your side of the aisle is not equipped, doesn't care about games, doesn't care about the people making games, all that. I would rather see if you want to do an award show, just
fucking horrible people.
make it about
They
that. It
shouldn't
doesn't have
care
to be an
about
us versus them thing.
Well,
They're literally
the
sitting
us
there
versus
putting
them,
posts on
it's
Reddit saying,
us
"I hate
gamers
gamers," and I'm a
versus
gamer.
access media. That's what it is. It has nothing. Listen, Nick, we want developers
That's
to
what they do.
succeed, right? We love developers, right? We want the industry to be massively successful. I think that's the thing that you're missing here, right? But we also feel that there's a giant hole, and that hole is the voice of the voiceless right now. Because right now, when you look at articles on your favorite access
The
media
correct
sites,
voices, though.
Kotaku,
That's the
Polygon,
problem.
The Gamer, go down the list. Gamers don't feel like they represent them, right? At least, what I see online. They don't feel like that represents them. They would love nothing more than to just talk about video games and just to play games. As Mel said, the idea of going in and just playing games and enjoying them, using games as an escape. And for a large group of people who've grown up and played games their entire life, they've noticed a dramatic shift. And they just want things to go back and remove politics, remove all the unnecessary and DEI involvement and everything else associated with that. And I think that there's a giant audience out there, way larger than those who are forcing that. And as you said, activists in these development industries and publishers.
I mean, being an activist isn't inherently a bad thing.
It is.
It is when you try to take over other things for that
Sure.
purpose. I mean, look at what happened with Anita Sarkeesian in general. Someone who wasn't even a gamer, who waltzed in and wanted to insert her activism into the gaming space. And she isn't the only one. So to say that this doesn't exist in the mainstream gaming industry is just
Didn't say it doesn't exist.
delusional. It's a real thing. So this is what we're fighting against. We are taking gaming back because these people have walked in and changed everything and tried to push us out. So it very much is a thing.
So let's bring this all the way. And what do you? I don't know. Any thoughts on that? Do you not see that? Do you not see that from gamers' audience, or are you out of touch when it comes to that side of it?
No, I'm not. I'm not out of touch. I ran the escapist.
That's what he's doing.
I was literally wasn't invited to things. I built everything up on my own, made all my own contacts. I don't have I'm not in the big games media circles. Even if they're responding to me on Twitter right now, I've never met most of these people in real life. Like I've always done my own thing. And that's where I'm at. Have games gotten? I'm trying to find a way to word it where I'm not getting into buzzwords. Have games gotten into pandering areas? Yes, I fully believe games have been pandering, and they're poorly written for it. And I think everybody knows that. Do I think people are being pushed out of gaming?
You do nothing about
Not
it.
necessarily.
They're trying. They literally.
I think
things.
if you're not on Twitter, you probably don't know about any of this stuff and probably don't care.
Dude, I
Well,
was
a
on
lot of
Twitter for
people are
years,
being
and I
pushed out of their
felt it
favorite
everywhere
franchises
in
because
gaming.
they're being changed beyond recognition and they don't want a part of what's going on anymore.
No, I
So
don't wanna
whether
hear
it
it.
is just on X or in execution of the games themselves, you're losing your the people who supported these games and made them happen because activists wanted to roll in and change
I'm getting
everything.
there.
So they are
I'm on the
by
Isle of
nature
Armor
pushing
now.
out
Yeah,
actual gamers.
My perspective on that always comes to
How
the
are you?
business
Yeah,
side
yeah,
of things that the
completely.
market will speak.
And you don't think that the market has spoken about? I mean, let's go back to Suicide Squad, right? You're like, well, no, it was poor writing. right? I don't think it was poor writing.
No, I didn't say it was. I said it was poor writing alongside poor gameplay. There is no mission design in that game to speak of.
You know what?
That's
There were
like that.
0 articles written about, Nick. It's poor writing and a poor gameplay.
I made a video about it.
That's
Okay. You're the one,
I
right?
was
But at the end of the day, I don't think that's why people didn't play Suicide Squad. That's, and that's the God honest truth. It had nothing to do with gameplay and story and everything else associated with that, right? That got labeled. That got labeled because of, once again, going back to the activism associated with all this stuff. And I want to point this out. Like, here's the issue with activism when it comes to like taking over properties, is that they're amazingly explicitly like leftist games, but they're made by leftists to be leftist for leftists. But Final Fantasy and Tomb Raider and Suicide Squad, Assassin's Creed, they've all been changed away from their original intent.
I mean, you just said it. Most of the people that make games are progressive.
Okay.
So
if you want more games to be made
So you're
that
gonna
aren't
change the
progressive,
game.
people need to step up and start making their games.
okay, but when you
Well,
speak,
but they're getting, that's the thing, is people that are working for these companies are literally being fired if they express anything that isn't under this whole woke ideology umbrella.
People are losing their jobs anyways.
The reason why a lot of this woke ideology is forced into games right now is because that is all that is allowed to those are the only opinions that are allowed in the gaming industry right now. So to say, oh, why aren't you making your own thing? They're trying. They can't, because they're getting fired just for having an opinion or for voting for somebody that wasn't approved of by whatever the narrative is.
There's tens of thousands of indie studios. Why can't people that disagree with that make their own studio?
Why can't somebody just compete with Blizzard right now?
I mean, former Blizzard developers are trying to.
Yeah, they're trying, but to say that, that's just completely, you're dismissing the fact that what we're saying is that a lot of existing gamers are being pushed out of the hobby, and because, why aren't you starting your own studio and beating these billion-dollar companies? Well, that doesn't, it's just a diversion from what the actual topic at hand is here, is that gamers are being pushed out.
What is actually stopping you from playing the games that you want to play?
I play retro games. If I want to play the games I want to play, I have to play retro. But what's stopping me from wanting to play a continued Tomb Raider experience that is actually in the same vein of Tomb Raider? The fact that they're not making it, the fact that they've changed it and they've hijacked it and they've incorporated all their woke ideologies where, now Lara Croft isn't even a Tomb Raider anymore. She is a restorer of artifacts now. That's what's stopping me from playing it.
343. Once Bungie was out of Halo, they should have ended it. And I'm not, because I'm saying Bungie is better than 343 or any of that bullshit. What it is that with the results 343 did, by having people, both ex-Bungie employees as well as new employees, the ex-Bungie employees weren't allowed to, and probably didn't, and even if they were allowed, they didn't gatekeep the game, the developers of the game. Gatekeeping isn't bad. Gatekeeping in the sense of, oh, you're not allowed in is bad, but saying, hey, I don't think you understand Halo or its fans. Be working on this project. Maybe we can get you somewhere else. Maybe they should have made another game that they could have worked on instead. Just a thought. Just a stupid thought I had just 2 seconds ago. I mean, really, what they're saying is, it's what he's right now. What all he's doing is saying it's okay when his side, quote unquote. He says he's a moderate. He's not. He's about as moderate as AOC. Shouldn't have. We should have the say, and anyone right of the woke shit is not allowed to. That's what he's saying right now. That's exactly all this is. This is why I don't believe it.
Is that they're not making it anymore.
Because he doesn't actually fucking care. He cares.
Do you not understand? Do you not see the trickle down from that, Nick?
No, I do. I'm a huge fan of Halo. I don't really like the direction Halo's gone in. So am I
What
going to
don't
play
you
the
like
next one? I
about it?
don't know. It has nothing to do with war policies. It just they didn't
Yeah, they
even
just
finish the
fucked it up.
campaign of Halo
Because
Infinite,
they
and
didn't gate, they didn't gatekeep. They
there's
didn't
no
gatekeep the fucking game.
there's no
you-
I have no
you-
idea what
This
the
is
franchise
what's
Halo
for.
game
happening
since
over and over with so many
There's been okay Halo
titles
games.
that have had fans for decades. And we're seeing them transform beyond recognition constantly. And we're feeling like we're being pushed out of things that were very
Because we
important to
are.
us, that we're huge fans of. That is the main point here.
Well,
And
Halo falling apart had more to do with 343 not hiring employees. They just hired contractors, kept cycling people out, so they didn't have a dev team.
So, but Nick, let me ask you. John points this out, right? He says, "Make your own thing," but when we do make our own thing, we get criticism for it, right? So, like,
well, it's the same song and dance. It's like, oh, wait, you're making something, but I can't be included on it. Now I have a problem with it. When that's exactly what happened with gaming as a whole was, wait a minute,
No,
you guys
here's
are
the thing,
having fun
right?
over.
You can't be included in everything. And I'll prove this as an example. I mountain bike, right? I've gone to group rides and I hate them. Not because I'm bad, not because they're bad at it, but because I don't see mountain biking the way they see it. To me, mountain biking is an individual sport, meaning you don't need people there to do it. Now, it's nice to have a culture surrounding it to have around, right? I'm not shitting on it at all. I'm just going by what I think about mountain biking, okay? I don't want to ride with other people usually. My son, some friends that I've known for a long time who also mountain bike, yes. But I've come to the conclusion that with mountain biking specifically, that mountain biking with a group of people who, not that I don't get along with them, it's more like they're not about just mountain biking, right? When I go out to when I do specific things, I tend to just be about that thing while I'm doing it, right? Like when I go mountain biking, it's about going mountain biking. There is nothing else to talk about. Yeah, it seems boring, but I'm usually talking about the trails and the stuff that we're doing on the trails and things like that. Progression, things of that nature. Most people don't do that, though. They don't see it the way I see it. They see it as something to be able to talk and stuff. For me and my son and my friends, when we're out, yeah, we'll slow the pace down so we can talk to each other. But when I'm out with a group of random people who I don't know, that's not going to happen with me. And that's just the way it is. I'm not shitting on them. They're not shitting on me. But when I take my friends out, they're also like, why can't I go? Well, we didn't say you couldn't go. You just assumed that. And then also, even if I did say that, because I've known these people longer than you, we've been a tight-knit group since, high school, and one is my son after high school or a little bit later after high school. And that's who I ride with normally. Right? It's nice to go meet new people. I have no problems with that. I have a couple friends who do group rides regularly. I go every once in a blue moon. Just something a little different, right? Most of my mountain biking is dead set by myself. A good 75 to 85% of it is by myself. So just because someone isn't involved or can't be involved, it's not because we don't like you. It's not because, hey, I mean, in this case, it would be for me because I don't like him. But even if that's true, it is okay to gatekeep, and people keep forgetting this. Gatekeeping isn't just saying, no, you're not allowed. It's also saying, hey, you have a requirement to be allowed. When I go on these group rides, I'm in the middle of the pack. I'm a middle of the pack kind of dude when I ride, right? I'm not the fastest. I'm not the slowest. I'm not the best at technical ability. I'm not the best. Actually, I'm probably better at technical than I am speed. So I would probably be like, if we did a technical trail, a very technical trail, probably be towards the front versus the back, right? I'd probably be like, let's say there's 20 of us. I'd probably be like 4, 5, or 6 versus, 10, right? Like in the middle of the pack, 9, 10, 11, right? Whereas when I'm by myself, and then when I'm with my son, I actually have him go in front of me. I have him control it because he's not as adept. He needs to pick the trails that he thinks he can do, even if I tell him and I know he has the ability to do more difficult trails or move faster through this trail or whatever. He sets the pace. One, because he's younger. Two, he's slower and he hasn't been doing it as long as I have. I've been doing this on and off since middle school. I mean, he's not going to be able to keep up with me no matter what kind of equipment he has. The only way he could actually keep up with me is if he dedicated his life for the next year to train for just that while going to school and whatnot. But all he did was mountain bike after work or school and on his time off. He would, because you're talking about leaps and bounds of experience over my son, right? I'm not shitting on my son for this. It's just a fact. It's just one of those things. And he's more used to the newer mountain bike styles. I was a kid just starting. Downhill mountain biking was on fire roads, right? They were just getting out of fire roads into single track stuff, into super complicated shit on ski resorts, things like super technical terrain on ski resorts. They were just getting out of fire roads when I started for downhill mountain biking. Cross country has always been the same. There's full suspension, hardtail, no suspension. Usually, when I was a kid, it was a suspension fork with a hardtail. Not many people were running suspension because suspension technology hadn't caught up to where it is now. And now everybody's fucking riding a full suspension bike in cross country. There was no enduro segment, and there was only trail riding, and free riding had just started. Okay? Like literally just started. Like when I was old enough to make decisions about what I can do without my parents getting involved, except for the purchase of the bike, right? Because I was, still, I mean, even then I bought bike parts all the time because I had, I cut lawns and shit and all that stuff. The reality is that people seem to not understand that just because you're not invited doesn't mean we hate you or we don't think you should be there. We just don't think we should be there right then and there. Like if I'm going out with my friends from high school or later friends, like in my early 20s, I'm not looking for randos that I've met, 2 or 3 times. I'm out there with my buddies hanging out, right? Not saying that they can't join in eventually. I'm not saying that. Maybe one will kick it off real good. They'll ask me to come out a couple times with them more, whether it be, with another group or just me and them or whatever. And they can just get folded into the group of friends. But it takes a lot. It's not just like, not best friends right away. You're not good friends right away, right? You might be friends, but like no one's gonna be the same quality of friend as my friend Dustin, right? If you want to put it in terms of best friend or good friend, he would be a best friend. Kind of gay, but he's like one of my best. He's always been there, whether it be physically or just someone to talk to. And a lot of the guys that I ride with, when I'm not with my son, are that kind of person. And my son, I'm teaching how to do it. So I don't want to hold up everybody else. Dustin would probably come out, but like other people, because he's still learning. I mean, you're talking about a kid that learned how to ride a 2-wheel bike late in life because he never was interested in it until I started riding trails again. And then he got into it, and now he's into it. And even now, a few years, but he's still very didn't help that we had a year off last year because of bike malfunctions, busyness, all that other shit. But it is what it is, and we're just getting over it and just doing what we're supposed to be doing. You know what I mean? To get better at it's the same kind of concept.
Over there with your video games, I want in on this. Okay, we let them in. Guess what happens? They change everything and push us out. Same song and dance.
As I've said multiple times, I don't have a problem with you creating your own Game Awards show. I have a problem with the messaging of it. I think I'm allowed to criticize that.
Well,
am I not?
but that's
Really? No.
you said you
And
are
you're allowed-
allowed
and
to
you're allowed
criticize
to-
that, but you did say earlier, why can't Access Media be a part of it? Well, you're changing the story constantly.
I did not ask why Access Media can't be part of it. I said,
Yeah, you
why
did.
aren't you reaching out and having a mix of both Access and Media and real
You don't
gamers?
want them.
And
Right, that you're asking why can't Access Media
sides.
be a part of it?
You
That's
get
exactly
perspectives
what
from
I
all
just
sides.
said.
My son.
Here's why
You don't want that
It's called
perspective from the
preference.
Access Media
People have
because
them.
you don't think
absolutely not.
that's fine.
There's a
That's fine.
bias there.
Okay. Oh, come on. There's a bias on your guys' side too. Don't even try to act like there's
What? No,
Bias
listen.
on our side to like, how is that even comparable? It's like, okay, here are people who are given codes and are given incentives. I mean, that's common sense to say, oh, somebody who's given incentives shouldn't be on a board to nominate games for Game of the Year and things of that nature. I mean, that's just a conflict of interest. What is the conflict of interest on our part? We're not being monetarily rewarded for any competitive companies or this, that, or the other.
100% in the grass. Okay. You talk about the grass.
You're not, are you going to allow any games in that are supported by DEI incentives?
We will have. I guarantee.
If
we're-
a game is good, I mean, look at Baldur's Gate 3, which
Sure.
a lot of us acknowledge. Hey, wait a minute, which I refuse to play that game, but I can objectively look at the game and the gameplay and all of that and say, okay, this looks like a great game. I'm not going to play it because I don't like the DEI stuff. And I even said during the Game Awards that went last time, I'm like, oh, I understand why Baldur's Gate 3 is there. I don't like it, but I understand why it's there. So to say that no matter what, if a game has woke elements in it, that we're just going to disregard it. That's
Hold up a second. First off, did he not? What does he not understand about the people who pay to vote for those lists as well? See, the problem with Access Media or Access Gaming and the Game Awards is that they don't get to choose that. I'm sorry, but The Last of Us 2 was a pile of garbage, whether there was DEI shit or not. And it was a movie. Sorry, gameplay over graphics? Like, I mean, I'm playing Pokemon right now on a Switch. Right? Not very graphically intense consoles. Right? I'd rather have that than play, I don't fucking know. The next Assassin's Creed, which is probably going to look far better than Pokemon will. And that's just a fact. Like, but Pokemon has its own style. So, like, the amount of... How do I put this? The amount of logical gymnastics to sit there and say, are DEI initiative games going to be in the thing is just kind of a fucking non sequitur bullshit goalpost.
It's not true. I mean,
I just asked, and also, like I've said, Suicide
To
Squad,
be honest,
I
it
didn't
shouldn't
like the
be in
game.
there.
It has those
If
elements in it. I
this
didn't
is
think it was
between me
good.
and Craig.
There's a lot of
See,
games that
I
are
don't
on those
believe in redemption.
the
Craig
lists
does.
that are out there that I don't think
I
are
believe in
good. I
redemption
just don't
for
think it has
certain
anything to do with
things,
diversity. I
but
think
it's
it has to
been-
do with poor writing
it's
and
been-
poor game design.
It's been 10 years of this bullshit. 11 years. Gamergate started back in 2013. Okay? And we're still dealing with the bullshit from Gamergate, even though one of the quote unquote leaders of Gamergate says we won, which was Sargon of Akkad. So let's be honest about this. First off, gamers never won Gamergate. Second, we're still in the same Gamergate. It hasn't changed at all. And third, dude, you're talking about someone like what I would do versus what Craig would do are two different things. Like,
Nick, here's the thing. To answer your question, it doesn't matter what we think as far as whether we allow a game to be a part. We have no bearing on that, right? Ultimately, that's the idea of this show: is that the gamer, the audience who plays these games, the consumer, is the one who decides who gets nominated, what the
which doesn't happen with the Video Game Awards. You have no say of who is on that list. You don't. Best game of the year. You don't have no say on that. You have zero say on that. Zero. You might vote for the 4, 5, 6 different games that are there, but you don't really have a say on what games get put on that list.
Categories are, and they ultimately decide who the winners are, right? It doesn't matter what I think. It doesn't matter what Mel thinks. It doesn't matter what Jeremy thinks or Cabrutus thinks. The idea here is that we are the organizers, and we are creating a plate that we are serving up for the consumer, and it's their job to decide, which is exactly why access media isn't in, right? There's far more gamers than there are access media, far more. And I'd much rather hear from them than whatever is going on The Gamer or Kotaku or Polygon or pick your website.
Okay, that's fair.
So, any more criticisms of this whole thing?
I just find it funny that the left.
No, not really. I mean, we're
leftist. He calls himself a moderator, but he's a leftist. Complains about, or wants democracy, but then complains about democracy when it actually shows up. And this is kind of a pay-to-play democracy. But the point is that everybody knows the deal. Like, he put out a thing. If people sign up for it, cool. If not, then
obviously ideologically opposed, and that's fine. I think that,
making a giant fucking deal.
Again, my main thing is just I'd rather see it not be an antagonistic thing. I would heavily support a alternative to the Game Awards. If you make it a great thing, great. That's cool.
But Nick, to be clear, the only people that can be potentially antagonized by this are the access media. Everybody else is welcome, which is 99.999999999% of people who play video games. The access media
what's Skill Up to you?
What's that?
What's like a channel like Skill Up to you?
I'm not familiar with them.
Okay. So I think
Skill Up.
Yeah.
I think I've seen him before, but I don't know. So,
but he gets review codes. Would you consider him access media?
Not for the board. No, that's one of the three rules.
I asked if you would consider him access media.
Yes. Yes. Did he receive access to a code to play the game? Yes. Then he's access media. Yes. Absolutely. So, if once again, it's very simple. If you receive codes, we're not saying you can't vote. Go vote. Go crazy. But you can't be a part of the board if you receive any codes. And I think it's very black and white.
Yeah, I mean, if that's your criteria, that's fine. I don't have a problem with
that. I would much rather the board be filled with gamers who have who go out and pay for games with their own money than people who are given codes to play, and there's expectations attached to that, right? Whether it's a review, whether it's gameplay, whether it's a stream, along the whole side of this. So. It's very, very clear. Like I said, everybody can vote. I don't care if you're access media or not. You vote, go crazy. I don't care if you work for IGN. I don't care if you work for Kotaku, whatever. Vote, right? Will they vote? Probably not, right? But the idea is that it's open to everybody. It just goes back to the board, right?
It's open if you pay.
It's open, yeah, right. And once again, there needs to be some sort of gatekeeping associated with that, which as we've seen in the industry, whenever there's no gatekeeping, that's when this shit creeps in, and people are tired of it, right? And they are, So you said this. You said you said something. We're opposite sides of this of things, ideologically, or so. Is there anything else, real quick before I get to that? Is there anything else that you want to
No, he just wants to
throw out there, or any other criticisms that you feel about this that you want to get off your chest, or of me, or of anybody that is representative or on the board that you want to throw out there?
No, I like I said, I think it's an interesting thing that you're doing. I don't know if I agree how it's being set up. We've already talked about that. I don't know funding an event without like a proper roadmap. I'm not sure, but that's your prerogative to do that.
Like I said, in the past, Nick, I've funded events like SGC. This is an event that had 15,000 people at it.
Sure.
And I've done it before. And you know what? I'm going to do it again. And you know what? At the end of the day, my entire career has been built around the idea of catering to the gaming audience. Literally since the day I walked in, gamers, people, the consumer. That has been my entire career. This is no different. I could give a shit about the access media. I can give a shit about the media as a whole, right? I can be friends with them, but that doesn't mean I have friends in the access media. But like I said, I'm not going to offer them an opportunity to be a part of this because it breaks the core rules associated with it. So, as far as the roadmap goes, like I said, we have to see what if there's an appetite for this. And so far, the appetite has been there. People are interested in this idea because, which I think says a lot. Just like there's an interest for people to sign up for a Steam group with 400,000 users on it, right? That can ultimately make or break a game based off of a company's involvement with it. Right. To the point to where these companies that are involved with this consulting firm no longer want that public because it can break their game. Right. It can break the sales opportunities for their game. Right. So, look, I think that you're greatly discounting the amount of normal men and women who are out there who are just tired of this stuff. Like I said, this is an award show for literally everybody except for the access media on our board.
How am I discounting it when our content does not take part in the culture war at all?
No, I'm just saying that I think you're really undervaluing the amount of people that are out there, that are tired of this.
That's the audience that I have cultivated through The Escapist and through Second Wind. And that's Yahtzee's audience too. People that are both for politics and games and people that are against politics and games. We cater to everybody with what we do.
And
the thing we don't make content about is gossiping about other people on the internet. People in your chat are going to point out at my Twitter to say that.
Right. And as I pointed out to you directly, like you talking about it on Twitter is no different than Smash JT or anybody else talking about it. And to be clear, what is it gossip or is it news? And because at the end of the day, you are a public figure. People will talk about you.
Sure.
You've chosen this position for yourself. Yep. So it's natural for people to be interested in what you have to say. So is it gossip or is it newsworthy? Are you newsworthy or is it just gossip?
I think it becomes gossip when people cherry pick things to make a video about what you say without putting the full context in it.
Okay, let's talk about cherry picking real quick. What about the Sweet Baby article from Kotaku that Alyssa wrote, where she totally didn't include the idea of why the Sweet Baby Inc. detective group was created to begin with? Like, that's cherry picking, right? So don't you see something wrong with that?
Sure.
All right. Okay, so as long as there's a bar, that's the most.
Yeah, I mean the bar has the entire time been a lot of this stuff is cherry picked to create a narrative. The Wukong, or not Wukong, yeah. What's that game from the Chinese studio?
That's a Wukong.
Yeah, Wukong. Yeah. So there's a narrative out that they got extorted for $7 million. Where's the receipts? Where's anything to prove that was true besides what somebody on Twitter said?
So if these things are done to create a narrative and to create a backlash, create some sort of narrative, why aren't you calling those things out?
I have in the past.
You called out Alyssa for leaving out that shit in that article.
I wanted to stay completely out of the SBI thing because I don't know enough about it. And neither do the people covering it.
You're a little fucking bitch. That's what it is. You're just a bitch.
But if they do know enough about it, they know enough to leave certain things out of it, like an entire arm of the story, an entire branch of the tree of the story. Like it was blatantly left out, like to totally fit a narrative. So
and both sides are doing that stuff.
Okay, what have we done? Have we left anything out?
You totally talked about the 7 million extortion story.
Yeah, it's because it's worth talking about, right?
But you don't have any basis for it being true.
Listen, we're not a news outlet, Nick. We talk about things. That's what we do on a day. We're not saying we're news. We're not trying to break news.
But why would you run that? Why would you run a conversation about that specific topic if there is no way to even prove it's true?
Because it's interesting. We talk about all sorts of things that may or may not be true every day.
So it's interesting, but audiences don't care if it's interesting. They just take it and run with it like it's true.
So you think the audience is dumb? Like, the audience is smart enough to realize things. We feel our audience is smart enough to be able to take things and digest things and understand it because they're grown-ass men, right? Grown-ass men and women.
I would say that the audiences of all these access media sites are dumb.
No, I didn't say that.
Nobody's ever allowed.
Like, what he's setting up is, which is disingenuous as fuck. He's pretty much sitting there saying, so Craig says constantly, we're not actually news. Like, we just talk about gaming and what's going on in gaming, whether it be the culture, mostly culture in recent history. But he also talks about like game releases and stuff. This isn't fucking logic. Like, this isn't illogical. His statement 2 seconds ago was very illogical, and I'll explain to you why. You're not allowed to talk about a thing that might or might not be true. Okay, well, I talk about shit all the time. The Dr. Disrespect shit I talked about, I didn't know if it was true or not. Guess what? I even said, if he did it, and he's a piece of shit. Pretty simple. Like, why does everything have to be completely correct 100% of the time when you're just talking about something? You're just talking about it. I never said I was news. And now, I do add gaming news because I do talk about game releases and things like that. I do say on pop culture news because pop culture is not gaming. The Dr. Disrespect thing is pop culture news. I didn't know if it was right or not. I don't know anything about Dr. Disrespect because he has a huge following that pertains to him playing a character, which is Dr. Disrespect. That's it. That's what I know about Dr. Disrespect. That's all I know about him.
How to talk about rumors?
I didn't say that, but I think if you're going to talk about an
and also,
allegation
hold
like that,
on. If that's the case, can we please stop IGN and all these companies from pushing rumors about companies saying they're this or that? Let's start with that. They're racist because they didn't have a black person in the game. Or how about leaks? What about leaks? All leaks are rumors until either the company that's making the game or the console or whatever, says it's true or it comes out. So we're not allowed to talk about that shit either. Like, that's what you're doing, dude. You're setting it up to where the person who he's talking to.
you should absolutely have more to back it up than just,
Well,
hey, this person on Twitter said
you
this.
shouldn't.
What people
No,
are
you
doing.
shouldn't, dude. No, you shouldn't. For instance, let me talk to you about something. IGN and Kotaku all had articles about the Pokemon, the Nintendo event announcing a lot of games, right? And they said there was going to be new games on there that weren't fucking on there. So you're going to sit there and tell me they're allowed to do that, even though they weren't true. They were all leaks. You can't have it both ways, bro. No, it's okay for them to do, but not okay for you. He probably covered that shit. His company probably covered that shit. Because it was a big news story. So I don't want to fucking hear it.
Is talking about what the context we've been given, and it's like, okay, the viewers are gonna
okay for
take
him,
with that
not
what
okay
you
for
will,
you.
but it's rumors.
So
These
we
are
have-
things that are discussed.
So we as public figures have no responsibility to make sure that we're not pushing stuff like
But
that.
as
That's
long
not
as
potentially
you
true.
say allegedly, then you're okay because this is all allegedly.
Okay, I'll remember that.
Well, I mean, like I said, we never at
Yeah,
no
you're gonna use
point
it
do we say
tomorrow.
we're a
Don't write
news
articles
show
about-
ever. We're a podcast. We talk about
Labs.
stuff. That's what we do on a day-to-day
Yeah,
basis,
and
right?
we're like, we're relating to just the average gamer out there. What would you be talking to with a friend? Oh, did you see what so and so said about Wukong and about how Sweet Baby Inc. and how there could be some extortion going on with that? It's like a conversation you would have with a friend. Us streamers, we're not in a journalistic space, and we're not sharing things as, oh,
they've
okay,
never
guys,
been in
here's some
journalistic
breaking news. It's like, hey, we're having a discussion about what we've seen, and we do show context. When we talk about things like that, we have X pulled up, we have the conversations pulled up. People can see exactly what's being said there, and exactly where
They can make the
the
decision to
rumors
believe
came
it.
from.
So where's the line
it's-
where you won't discuss something?
I
Depends on the
mean,
subject, but
I mean, that's going to depend on the person. My line is I don't like to try to ruin people's personal lives or anything like that. So I think that there's a moral line to be had there. But hey, if there's some rumor mill about, oh, this company is doing this practice or that practice or that,
Where's
hey,
mine? What about
discuss
your
it and
line?
look
Hold
into
up,
it.
Hold up. What about his line? Didn't he call the 8-bit guy? What the fuck's his name? Let me go on X real quick and find out. Did see this earlier. Commented on it. Is it? That's the Smash AT thing. Which no, the 8-bit guy thing was in there. Okay, hold on. Back to that really quick. 8-bit Eric.
We don't make content.
Literally. Listen. He literally said, that 8-bit Eric was a creep because he teaches wrestling to people, kids, and people just in general. But, yeah. Proof? Do you have proof? Where's your proof? Where's your fucking proof, Nick? Where's your fucking proof? Oh, it's okay when you do it, but not when everyone else does it. That's what he's saying. That's all he's saying. This is what his message is in this whole entire thing. I don't like what you're doing because reasons, whatever reasons he has at the moment, because he keeps switching, then you're not allowed to talk about things that are rumors, even though I literally made up a fucking rumor and started talking about a guy who teaches wrestling to kids and adults as well, from what I know, that he's essentially a fucking pedo. Insinuating that he's a pedo. So, like, fuck off, dude.
Share your opinion
Fuck
and then
off.
ask your
Like,
audience
it's
what their
bullshit.
opinion is. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
So, and as pointed out by Dev here, like even in that segment, the Wukong segment, I said this is a rumor and needs more proof to actually believe it, right? So, like, we always try to preface these things whenever we talk about this. It's not like at no point we're like, this is fact. You need to believe it 100%.
Let me clarify that I'm not specifically pointing at you on
That's
that.
what he said.
I may have said,
That's what he
may
said.
have pointed at you
Is
in
it
that
okay
thing,
for me
but I'm talking
to
more
do the
widely
things
here.
that I'm
Well, you
telling
spoke specifically
to
about
do
that situation on this show.
because
So,
reason.
Right. But you weren't the only one that covered it.
right.
And you're probably asking, why didn't Access Media cover it? Exactly. I mean, there's just there's nothing there. There's no receipts. There's no emails. There's nothing to show other than
They
some
did-
random guy
they
on Twitter
fucking did
said
cover
that
it,
happened.
though. That's the
Okay,
fucking
but
That's
part.
not something people with a journalist background would report on.
You
We're
don't.
not journalists.
But I'm gonna expand on that point. I have also heavily criticized in the past many times when people use a random Twitter user to create a narrative about all people playing games. I've also criticized that. I don't think Twitter, random people on Twitter, should be used as a source for anything.
Well, I mean, it sounds like you're coming at this as from more of a journalist perspective, but the rest of us, we're just chatting with fellow gamers. We're just retards with an internet connection, as Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers says, and I agree with. That's all it is. Like, we don't esteem ourselves as these grand figures or anything. And so this whole idea, well, don't you have a responsibility for your audience? We see ourselves on the same level as our audience. We're not people that have some sort of authority that they're going to be looking to us for, information and misinformation and this, that, and the other. We're just, it's just like chatting with your friends.
Do you, Nick, let me ask you this, and this is pointed out by Anti-Hero. He says, there's a game company that makes games for right-wingers, as they say. Their last game was called The Great Rebellion. Have you heard of this game?
I think I've seen people talking about it recently. Sure.
Okay. Well, it got banned from Steam, even though the violence of the game is more or less on like Mega Man level, really basic, if you want to call it violence. And so why do you think that was? Why do you think it was banned? Because their thought is that you're either completely, like they say, and this is their quote, they says you're either completely unaware or you're gaslighting.
Is there a story to look at?
No, just as far as, well, that's the thing. Who's going to cover that, Nick? Who's going to cover that? The Great Rebellion was covered. I
mean, there's games banned on Steam every day. I don't know what the significance of this one is. If it's right wing, I don't know why.
You don't think that? You think Kotaku is going to go out of their way to cover that?
I don't know. I don't work at Kotaku.
Let's be real.
You don't think? Wait, hold on a second. You don't think Kotaku would celebrate a right wing game getting banned?
No, I think that they certainly would not want to signal boost it because that would drive awareness. The Mandela effect would happen.
I mean, Kotaku doesn't hide its biases. I've said that in the past.
Mm-hmm. Right, and I think this is just a reoccurring theme across the entire industry.
I mean,
right?
I was around when people wanted hatred banned.
Right. But
that company was people tried to push that company in the dirt for making that game, and now they cover their games. I mean, they made a bunch of games since, so they've been fine.
All right. So, what else we got here? Melanie, you got anything before we?
No, I just feel like this has been a very discombobulated conversation. It's like, okay, what's the real problem then? If it's like, oh, but why can't access media be included? And then we explain it's like, oh, I'm okay with access media not being included on the panel, fine, as long as they can vote. Okay. What about why are people gossiping? Why are this? Why that? It's like, well, it just feels like this has been a circular argument. So I don't know. I still don't understand what Nick's problem is.
Nick, what's now that you've heard everything? What's the issue?
Again, I said my main issue is just the messaging of it. You gave me the context of the show. I didn't know how you were running it. You explained that more.
I want to cry.
I mean,
I want to cry.
I'm not going to try to stop you running your own Game Awards show. You can do what you want. I can have my thoughts about it. You can have your thoughts about me and what I do and what Access Media does. I mean, in the end, we're all going to do our own thing, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So you have no issue with it, really, outside of the idea that Access Media isn't asked to be involved.
No, I don't have an issue with Access Media not being involved either. My only point was, I thought you wanted it open to everybody,
and I do.
Right, and so my point was, why not have a voting pool or a board pool comprised of people that you disagree with and people you agree with? You don't want that.
The board doesn't vote. The board doesn't vote.
Right, and you made it clear. I know that. I don't. So what is the point of the board? Is just to set it up,
more or less to organize and set up. Right.
That's been explained to me, so I understand that.
So there's no issues.
Yeah, you just.
Not really.
Awesome. So let me ask you, like,
it's literally all it is.
Appreciate you coming on the show, right? You feel ideologically, different than us, whatever, right? Do you feel like we are racist or anything along those lines? Like, and if you do, please be transparent, because I don't think we've ever done anything that could ever be, seen that way. But feel free.
I haven't watched enough of your show to really know, Greg. Like, I mean. There's things that you absolutely say that I disagree with, but I mean, I'm not going to. Melanie specifically uses a lot of slurs towards people. Whether you agree those are slurs or not, that's up to you. I disagree with it. I don't feel like I need to comment on people's identities and stuff like that. I mean, you're asking me a very loaded question. I don't know what your personal thoughts are. I don't know you well enough to make a judgment on your character, just like you don't know me well enough to make a judgment on my character. So I usually try to stay uninvolved in this stuff. I don't like getting into shit slinging contests. And the only reason I ever got involved in it in this first place is because somebody was being targeted that I believe does a lot of really good in the industry. Her tweets were drugged. I'm not going to name them because I'm not going to put them on people's radars again.
Well, no. Who was being targeted? Because if somebody was targeting them, let us be the first to call the people that targeted them out, because we don't want that. We don't want anybody targeted. If anybody gets doxxed, if anybody gets, calls for violence, nobody wants that. And that's the thing. You need to be.
We're not asking people to fight us in real life.
Right.
That's a big difference.
Yeah. Fight us, bitch. Right? Like nobody's going out of their way to say that. As a matter of fact, we're saying the exact opposite of that.
Well, those are comments you pulled out of context on me that said I wanted to fight people in real life for opposing wokeness. That was never true.
Actually, no,
well, I think you're referencing to was it a video Smash did, something along those lines? But
yeah.
So okay, so I mean, then
great fucking shit.
That's great. So you see nothing wrong with us, which is great. You obviously, with as far as Melanie goes, you don't agree with some of the things that she says, right? I guess what? I don't agree with some things Melanie says. I don't agree with some things that Blab says, right? I probably won't agree with things that you say, right? But the point is that we can all still talk. And that was the objective of having you on today, and as actually having a conversation here. As opposed to, like I said, Twitter's not real life. These people who are criticizing me on Twitter, 99.9% of them would never show up to be on the show, right? They're too chicken shit. But having that conversation is important, and appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, I mean, I've always maintained Twitter is not a place for nuanced conversations. You know, I've been
barely hear
for
you
the past
very
2 months. I've had people wishing death on me in my replies, my DMs, my emails, all over the place
Well,
for things that were completely taken out of context.
I just couldn't hear you over the other stream.
Not stream it, or well, I guess it was at one point.
For what I
okay,
said.
well, okay, then let me. Okay, there's actually something I do want to ask you about since I have
Okay.
you. When you say you need to go after people's sources
Mhm.
of their income, what specifically do you mean? Because there have been people who have taken what you've said and
Sure.
taken that very literally and gone after people, made phone calls to people's jobs and taken things
Yup.
that you've said very literally, right? So for you being
This is why he's a disingenuous piece of shit. He did this on purpose. All of the stuff that he's saying it wasn't, I didn't do this or whatever. He's lying. Just lying. I don't know what else you want me to say about it.
being upset about the way we speak, hello, pot, meet kettle,
Sure.
right? Because there are people who take things that you say. Should you be responsible for their actions?
No, I wouldn't say so. I don't, and I
So you're mad about a rumor, but you're not mad when someone takes what you say and does something else about it. The logic just isn't fucking there. This isn't fucking there. It just isn't there. It doesn't exist.
I don't put I don't put the creators specifically in chart in people.
You do, though.
Sorry, tongue twister there. I don't put creators specifically responsible for what their audiences do, because we all have major audiences. If somebody goes and tells from my audience goes and tells somebody to kill themselves and I see it, I tell them to knock that shit off. Like, that's not cool. Like, you don't do that shit. The people
Okay.
making videos about me are going in and loving comments that are actively telling me to want to hurt me. So I mean, there's
Do you have any receipts of that?
I do.
Like,
I do.
Can you show them to us now? Because like I said, we want to be the first to condemn that, right? The idea that if somebody's calling for violence on you, like we don't condone that at all, right? And that needs to be very clear with all that.
Sure.
Nick, at the end of the day, we just want to play games and leave
That's
all
what I want to do too.
right? So it's
No, he doesn't. He wants to push his agenda while playing video games. And this whole thing has been, it's okay for me to do, but not okay for you because
Rules
reasons.
for thee, but not for me.
Everyone wonders why nobody likes gaming journalism nowadays, and you're looking at it. And everybody wonders why I don't believe in redemption arcs. You're looking at it. This isn't Dragon Ball Z. This guy is not Vegeta. Sorry. There is in no way in hell that I would ever have him on a show, much less have him question anything that I'm fucking doing. He has a problem with the Game Awards show that Craig's making because reasons. They're explaining to him goalpost shift, goalpost shift, goalpost shift. Goes on to a different topic that has nothing to do with the Game Awards. Keeps going on different topics that have nothing to do with the Game Awards. And then he gets mad when he pretty much just sits there and says, oh, we're allowed to put whatever we want in video games. Your video game content, whether it be from podcasts to YouTube videos to Game Award ceremonies to whatever, the video games themselves, but you're not allowed to do it. That's what he said this whole entire fucking time, essentially. While then turning around lying, saying I didn't do anything. Meanwhile, I'll bring this up real quick. Short video of this part of the show, clipped. That has him quite literally saying
Is
things
gossiping about
like,
other people on the internet.
and it's just a clip of the show. I don't even have to listen to the audio. Him literally saying things about people that he just made the fuck up. So, I mean, what the fuck do you like? What does this guy actually want? He wants to be right all the time. That's what it is. So, JT Smash reposted 8-Bit Eric's thing. 8-Bit Eric apparently teaches wrestling. The kids as well. I'm assuming adults as well. Doesn't really fucking matter. But he's pretty much
The thing we
insinuating
don't make content about is
in these posts that he is a pedo. That's what he's doing. And I guess it didn't share for whatever reason. We rewind the video. Put it on the part. As a reminder, Eric runs a wrestling camp classes for kids, including young women. And this is how he talks about women publicly. He should be nowhere allowed children in any capacity. Since 8-Bit Eric has made multiple videos about me, defaming me and smearing me, let's have a look at what an absolute creep this guy is and his thoughts about women and blah, blah, blah. Sorry for this in advance. And then he posts this under it. So essentially, he's pretty much not only saying he's a pedo, but that he has a different opinion on something. So it's women, because women bad or something. I don't fucking know what his opinion was on it because I don't care. The dude's calling someone a pedo because he had an opinion that you didn't like. And he wasn't smearing you at all, by the way. He literally just wrote what you did and you got mad about it. Sorry, I don't have any, everybody wonders why I just like, no redemption arcs, none of that shit. Nope. This isn't Dragon Ball Z. Sorry. This isn't Vegeta and Dragon Ball Z. Maybe they should have thought about that before being pieces of shit and just lying constantly. And then also saying we can do it, but you can't talk about rumors. We can talk about rumors. We can talk about every game leak. We could talk about the same rumor that you bitched about 2 seconds ago, because the Access Media did cover it, by the way. And if you missed it, that's your fault. They probably deleted it later. For that many times. Yeah. Yeah. So Nick Calandra essentially called someone a pedo because he said something that Nick Calandra didn't like about Nick Calandra, the 8-Bit Eric. And he didn't smear him or anything. You're allowed to make fun of people. You're allowed to do what you want to do. From what I know, I mean, I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. But from what I know about that whole situation, Big Hair was just being a dick. You're allowed to be a dick to people. Sorry. It's completely legal. Nothing you can do about it. We're dicks to me every day. Especially on Twitter.
Words hurt my feelings.
But, you know, why should we...
Words hurt my feelings.
Why should we... and the whole thing's just been... This whole chat that I've gone through, if you want to go back and watch it, it's just been goalpost shift after goalpost shift. I can do this. Our Access Media can do this, but our Access Gaming Media can do this, but you aren't
Have
allowed.
they even talked about the Xbox changes? Or has
Well,
it been
no,
just
'cause
a bitch fest?
So what this has been is Craig from Side Scrollers
Right.
put an announcement that he's starting a Game Awards show, because the current Game Awards show sucks dick. It has the whole time it's existed. It is, at this point, after this first year, the second year, it's just a replacement for E3 at this point. If you're gonna watch, whether you like award shows or not, I don't personally like them because most of them are just bullshit. Because nobody actually gets to vote. Nobody except for like special people get to vote for the list or even the actual award or winners, depending upon which short shows you're talking about. I mean, he opened it up to everybody who's willing to pay $30 a year, to be able to vote, and not only vote on the games in the categories, but vote for the categories and the games in the category, while also voting who wins. Clearly his whole point. That's all he wants. And all the money's going to go to events.
I mean, that's all fine and dandy, but it also
the
says
board of the company,
it also
the
says
board
major
of the
Xbox
award show.
changes in the title. And
Yeah, but that
it
was
seems
like I'm
you're
only
good...
doing a specific part.
Oh.
They probably did talk about it. I don't remember because it's been a while, but this whole interview drove me into a annoying thing. Nick Calandra is a leftist. He says he's a moderate. He's lying. He sticks up for Alyssa McConte every fucking time she does something wrong. And everyone else in access journalism, gaming journalism. It's getting old. Gamergate started because of access gaming journalism. And ever since then, not only have we lost not only have gamers lost Gamergate for a decade now, but the problems that started it are still fucking here. And the other problems that came along with that, finding out more about the gaming industry, are still a fucking problem. Nothing's gotten better. We have retards who were supposed to be on the gamer side of Gamergate, like Sargon of Akkad, saying, oh, we won because feminist frequency's gone. We never won. Gamers never won. They never fucking won. This isn't Gamergate 2. This is the continuation of the same bullshit that happened in 2013. That's all it is. That's all this shit is. But everybody wants to sit there and act like nothing's going on. Especially assholes like this, like Nick Calandra. And gets mad because people say you're a faggot or whatever to him. And so he spreads fucking fake lies about people. Because someone made fun of him. Get over it. Stop being a little fucking bitch. That's all it is. It's just a bunch of little fucking pansies who are in gaming journalism, access gaming journalism, bitching because they think they're better than you. Meanwhile, they're sitting there calling gamers fucking pieces of shit for minding their own business and wanting to play regular ass fucking video games. It's fucking stupid.
That's the most fascinating thing about this is you have a section of people who just want to be left alone, who just want to play games, and then you have a section of people who just want to be left alone as long as everything lines up perfectly with their ideological thoughts, right?
That's both sides of the aisle. That's not mince words there. There are people that just because there are diversity in games get instantly angry about it and start showing up in my replies and other people's replies to tell us how awful we are, just like people do it to you guys.
I don't think people look. There are people. There are people on both sides, an extreme fringe, who will be upset just because there is a character that is, black or gay or whatever, right? But the vast majority, Nick, and I cannot stress this enough, the vast majority of people, vast majority of people don't care.
Can we talk about this for a second? Can we talk about this for a second? Like, honestly, can we actually talk about this for a second? Right? Dude, I'm sorry, but when the game developers themselves say, "Oh, we're adding gay people in it because reasons, because bullshit reasons that aren't real," when it literally has no context to the game itself, and they're essentially forcing it on you, shouldn't we be kind of annoyed? Whether you're gay, straight, whatever. What about like? I don't understand the context in this. I don't understand why.
Well, that's the whole
being
thing.
Annoyed
it has to
with
do
forced.
It has to do with
it's
the
like,
context.
We'll use a prime example. Hold on. We'll use a prime example.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It has to do with the
Assassin's
context.
Creed.
Like Assassin's Creed, the new one with the samurais, and there's a black, and the main character's black. Yes, people are gonna get pissed off about that because there are no black fucking samurais.
Yeah, that was a lie made up by like the company saying it was, and then the same company and the media outlets saying this shit.
Now,
backed it up, saying no, this was true, this was real.
If you go to
was a fucking.
If you go to like Fallout, okay, and you add the ability to seduce whoever, whether they be male or female. Nobody's
No,
gonna give a
it could
shit
be as
about
simple-
that.
No,
Nobody's gonna
yeah,
give a
like,
shit
it's not
about
even
that. Yes,
It's not even
but
that.
to
It's not even that.
purposely make a
in
character,
passing, a character is gay.
right? Nobody's gonna
Like
care
no one cares
in
about
passing.
that. The problem isn't that, but like when you make it the fucking focal point of half of your game, yeah, I'm
Right.
good, dude. Like I don't care about gay people that much. Sorry. All right, like I don't care about a lot of people that
Right.
fucking.
It has to do with context. You're bitching
I don't care
about
about a
the
lot of straight people that
bitching-
much either.
You're bitching about the people bitching about the context of the game. It has nothing to do with the fucking gay, straight, black, white, whatever. It's the context of the game that they're bitching about. You've made it to where the game is nothing but about being gay or nothing but about being another race. That's it, and it's not the fact that they're bitching about that. It's just fucking dumb. It's not a good game. Sorry, not sorry.
I mean, 99% of plot points in games now are oh, they're black, they're gay, they're this, they're that. It's like, dude, I don't give a shit.
Right. What happened to the days where I
Like-
had to go fucking rescue some shit?
Like, there's a reason I play Pokemon. It's not because. It's not. It's because I want to catch fucking stupid monsters. Like what? And battle them to get through the
I could
story.
give two shits less what the fucking
Literally,
gender-
the entirety of Pokemon's like that. Now, I have no complaint. What the fuck? Like, but no. Now we're gonna go back in Tomb Raider lore, make her Dyke for no reason, when it was never mentioned before. Then also make her a artifact restorer instead of a Tomb Raider. Right. That makes a lot of fucking sense, right? Yeah. That makes all the
Yeah,
fucking sense in the
considering-
world, right?
Considering I've never fucking seen.
Considering
her
the name of the
actually
fucking game is
restore
Tomb
an
Raider,
artifact.
it makes complete and total fucking sense to make her an essentially a fucking archaeologist, right? A regular ass archaeologist. That's what they did. That's what they fucking did.
She's literally the female version of Indiana Jones. She's always been the
No,
female
she's
version
not.
of Indiana Jones.
No, she's not. No, she hasn't. You're wrong.
But harder.
You're wrong. No. She has been exactly what the title is. A Tomb Raider. Has nothing to do because Indiana Jones was an archaeologist. He thought all artifacts should be in museums. She never thought that. She is literally a Tomb Raider. That's what she is. She's always been that. It's never changed until recently. And now we're the assholes for pointing it out. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I mean, the Dyke thing being a main plot point in the story is annoying enough. Then you should take her whole history of her being a actual Tomb Raider, not someone who goes and finds artifacts to put to museums like an archaeologist, like Indiana Jones. It's Indiana Jones-esque in the sense that Indiana Jones went and did it by himself or with a few people that he had around or a guide or whatever. But it's not Indiana Jones at all when you look at the principles of the characters. The principle of Indiana Jones is that all artifacts should be in a museum somewhere to keep around for future generations.
Well, that's what I meant.
Laura
Like,
Croft's. Well, that's not Laura
she
Croft.
just- she does.
Never was Laura
doesn't-
Croft.
She just doesn't.
Laura
put it
Croft
in
actually
museums.
sold him. Yeah. She sold him in the black market, which is the bad part. She's a bad guy. She's always been a bad guy. She's never not been a bad guy. They were just worse guys she was fighting. That's it. That's always been the case. It's never not been the case.
So she's more like.
But now it's not the case. Now it's not the case.
What the fuck?
Now she
the
is just Indiana Jones, but a dyke.
f-
For some reason.
What the fuck is Tom?
It's
Holland,
like saying Charles.
Tom
it's like-
Holland
it's like
just
doing
did
this,
a
right?
movie. Tom Holland did a movie on him.
This is exact. I'm going to
long
compare it
ago.
to something very simple in Pokemon. Now imagine a time where they literally say Charizard is a water ground Pokemon. Never was a fire flying Pokemon. Ever. Never was. Never was. That's what they're doing to Tomb Raider.
What the fuck was it called?
And the fact that people don't point this out is kind of sad. And when they do, they get screamed at by people like fucking Nick Calandra being a faggot because that's not true. Blah, blah, blah. We're going to make up some fucking bullshit lore that wasn't real to begin with. Dude, that was true. It's literally baked into the story of her character. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's a Tomb Raider. It's literally in the name of the game. Now she isn't a Tomb Raider. It makes no fucking sense.
If there's any sort of representation in games,
Uncharted.
as long as it's done well.
Sure.
Right? Nobody
I don't
cares
disagree with that.
as long as it's done well. So, like, once again, you're taking extreme examples.
No, I said there are extreme examples on both sides.
Right.
Just my words there. I said there are extreme examples on both sides that do this stuff. I've seen it. I've been on both sides.
You said there's an extreme example. That's literally what he said to you. You're just being a retard and being pedantic at this point. I'm gonna be pedantic because it's the only thing I can do.
She used to be like the guys from Uncharted.
Yeah. I don't even know what Uncharted is doing now.
I don't know. Tom Holland.
The point,
they did a movie of it, and Tom Holland played in it. But I mean, all they do is they go into fucking ruins and they look for fucking valuable shit, and they go and sell it to make money. Like that's what they do.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily good or evil. They're just that's how they make money.
If they take it. Yeah. The point wasn't like, I mean, she's technically a bad guy because if you look at it from Indiana Jones' perspective.
I mean, yeah, but that all depends upon perspective.
But like the reality, and a lot of people agree with Indiana Jones in general. But like the reality is that's not what she was. She wasn't Indiana
I never
Jones.
really paid that close to Indiana Jones. It was more about
opposite.
the action. It was more about the action for me. It was more about him going into the fucking ruins and getting in trouble.
Yeah, that's fine.
With
It's
the
just
traps
I just have a huge problem with people essentially going back and erasing the history.
You
of the
legitimately
character,
changed
restarting
her
it
whole
instead.
fucking background.
Yeah, it's just fucking pointless. So why am I even playing this game anymore? I don't want to play this game anymore.
And for what?
He brought up stuff.
And for what?
Yeah.
Like, oh, we turned her into a dyke. For what? She was already a strong female character. What the fuck did it matter who she slept with? You never know of her sleeping with anybody in the games. So what does it matter who she sleeps with?
I think, you know what I think they actually, you know why I think they actually did that? Because they were tired of gay guys, the male gays or what the fuck ever. It's like, dude, shit.
And
Yeah,
honestly, do you think the people
fuck over it? Like, what?
And honestly, do you think the people from who do Rule 34 really give a shit whether she's a dyke or not? They're gonna fucking make the Rule 34 porn regardless.
Yeah, it's just stupid placating, just stupid bullshit because they want.
I mean, 90% of the fucking
like,
people in
literally all it
Apex
ever
are
is
gay.
anymore at this point.
90% of the characters on Apex are gay, and nobody
the
fucking
funniest
cares.
thing is,
Rule 34 is gonna make their fucking porn regardless of whether you say a character's gay, straight, whatever.
That's not even the point I'm trying to make. My point is like I'm tired of like being nice about this shit. Like everybody wants to be nice about it. It's like, dude, they're literally changing whole characters. What do you mean?
Or whole cultures.
Like what do you yeah, you're changing literally all of gaming.
No, the fuck, there was not any black fucking samurai. You can't change a fucking culture to match.
Well, I
your
mean,
fucking...
they made Egyptians black, so because of Africa. Because yeah, sub-Saharan Africa is the exact same as Northern Africa.
People are just dumb.
They want to take historical context and just say because white people wrote it down, it's a lie. That's all they're doing.
It's got to be wrong.
I hate to tell you this, but guess who wrote down the Japanese stuff? It wasn't white people. FYI, the Japanese and the Chinese, the whole Asian area had writing before white people. So
The last time I checked, the hieroglyphs in the fucking pyramids weren't written by white people. They were written by, well, probably the Jewish, but
oh yeah,
they was written
they
for
were
the
Arabic.
Egyptians buried
Arab.
there.
They were
And I'm pretty
Arabs.
sure we take Egyptian
They were
history
Arabs.
from the hieroglyphs, not
They
from
were
fucking
Arabs.
whatever.
Not complicated. They were Arabs. It's not hard, guys. Come on.
I'm just saying, like, I'm pretty sure we took Egyptian history
Also,
from the hieroglyphs,
the worst
not
part
from
about
fucking
this whole
random
race
white
thing,
people.
the worst part about this whole race thing, right? The whole thing, right? Well, no, because white people discovered it or whatever. They didn't discover it. It's been around for thousands of years. Arabs discovered a lot of that shit before white people ever did. The reality is what's the sad reality is. This is the sad reality of the world as a whole. Ever since the civil rights movement in the 60s, we don't believe in actual race anymore. We believe in colorism. I know it sounds retarded, but you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm sorry. Genetically speaking, if you want to get down to it, genetically speaking, Arabs aren't the same as white people. Yet they're both Caucasian.
Neither is
They're not white people.
Jewish.
Actually, Southern Europeans weren't considered white people either, by the way, because Southern Europeans are the ones who made the word white people for the Gauls.
The
So,
Jewish aren't genetically the same as white people, and they're still white.
yeah, they believe in colorism. They don't believe in race.
Right.
They believe
Italians don't
everyone from Africa was black.
Italians
No.
is a fucking prime
ever
example.
since the Sahara Desert existed, right?
No, I'm just saying,
it's
Italians
been
is a prime
Arabs.
example.
Literally, Italians, Greeks, some of South France and South Spain, maybe Portugal. I don't know what is Portugal now. I don't know what it was back then. The reality is that people don't realize what white people are. White people are the people from north of the Alps. That's what white people are.
From the mountains of
North
Caucasus.
of the Alps. No. That's what Caucasians are. The Caucasian mountains are over in Scandinavia. Or not Scandinavia, Eastern Europe. I'm talking about actual white people. Caucasian doesn't equal white. Caucasian equals white, Arab, Northern Indian, and Slavics. That's what it... Slavics aren't white people either, by the way. Don't know if y'all know that. White people is literally done by Romans, who you all call white people, who weren't white people. Was everyone north of the Alps. To the Scandinavians, what would be now the English Isles, northern Spain, northern France, northern all of Germany. Like, you don't even know what race actually is. Just going on by what race is today, and it's not race, it's colorism. Because genetically speaking, I am nowhere close to an Arab person. 99% of my family came from north of the Alps. That's just the reality. Like, everyone wants to talk about how genetics is bad when it comes to race for some reason, but they don't want to see the actual markers for race in genetics. We actually have people denying science at this point, calling us science deniers, because they're like, well, people are made of the same building blocks. I mean, you can say that about a lot of things, but that doesn't mean they're the same race.
I mean, you really want to get down to it. Everything is made of the same building
I'm
blocks.
sorry if me and my brother are completely fucking different in genetics because we aren't identical twins. How the fuck is a black dude the same as me? Genetics, like genetically speaking, they're not. I'm not saying one's superior from the other. 'Cause I don't believe that's true. But like, what the fuck are you talking about? Everything in your body comes from your DNA. Everything that has to do with your skin color, your hair color, your eye color, the texture of your skin. Just the texture, not even the color.
How much melanin is in your skin?
That would be color.
Right.
The fucking your teeth, how they grow in when they're adult teeth, your baby teeth. Every little thing is in your DNA, and there are markers for it. There's a reason why certain diseases only exist in certain
cultures.
Races. No, races. What are you talking about? Why people don't get sickle cell anemia. Black Africans do. People from African descent do. There's a reason why people don't get sickle cell anemia. There's a reason for it. It's a genetic disease. It has nothing to do with anything besides the genes in that person's body. Like, if there was it's not a germ. Like, it's not a germ or a virus or any of that shit. A chemical. It's literally a genetic defect. That's what it is.
A mutation.
Just like red hair is a genetic defect. Just like blue eyes are a genetic defect. Like, what are you talking about? Like, well, I don't even believe that because, actually, if you want to know my, because we don't actually know what hair color people had and what eye color people had because their eyes don't stay preserved like that. Even frozen people. Redheads and people from Northern Europe, north of the Alps, there's a reason why they called them white people. It wasn't just because, and I'm starting to think this is the reason, it wasn't just because of their skin color, it was because of their genetic lineage would be from mostly Neanderthals. Redheads and blondes are the closest to Neanderthals you'll get out of any other part of the white race or any other race. So, which leads me to beg the question, were Neanderthals what we saw in science class and whatnot for, like almost 2 decades of schooling? And I don't think they were. I think most of them were red-haired and or blonde-haired and maybe like a light brown or brunette-haired. And they had white skin because when we were in school, if you remember, they all had brown hair, brown eyes, had not white, but like Caucasian skin. So like Arabic type colored skin, Arab skin tones, lighter Arab skin tones. So, and we don't actually know what Neanderthals look like. We're guessing by skull structure and bone structure. We kind of just figured they were kind of white because of where they were. It only makes sense. Right? You don't see black people evolving out of Britain as black people. Right? Just like you don't see white people evolving into Asians. Right? Like, it's not how it worked. So, because the reality is people don't want to understand this. Whether evolution is real or not, because we don't actually know, because it's still just a theory. If evolution is real, we aren't even a part of the same species. We just happen to interbreed. We're technically a different species from other humans on the planet. Like, scientifically speaking. Just because we have similar DNA doesn't mean anything. It has nothing to do with race as a like bad or good thing. It's just a reality. It's not. Race was never about skin color. It's part of it. It's part of it. It wasn't the main part. It was the most visible part. That's why they named them white people, or back in the day, yellow people for Asians, because they had a yellower skin tone. I mean, Slavics are pretty fucking white. You know what I mean? They weren't considered white people. Race wasn't just about your skin color, and it became about that right around the 60s and 70s of the civil rights movement in America. And I mean, this even holds true in America. Think about it, right? Before the civil rights movement, right? Everybody wants to talk about, oh, well, we were mean to blacks. I don't think you understand how mean we were to other white people who are considered white today. Right? There were signs saying no Italians. There were signs saying no Irish. There were signs saying no Scottish. There were signs saying no this, no that. Now you're going to say, oh, but that's nationality, Tim. No, it didn't. I hate to tell you, but 99% of the British Isle was isolated from the time people started existing. So the white people there that were there before Rome got there, or any other civilization got there, were naturally evolved to be white people. That's a different race than someone from like mainland Europe, even on the white side of the spectrum of color. Same with Northern Europe.
Jesus
like
Christ.
Like Northern Europe, like Norway and shit.
What a fucking.
They were mostly isolated. I mean, yeah, they eventually moved out to things like the rest of Scandinavia, or what they consider Scandinavia. But, I mean, there are still people who trace their lineage to the time documents started existing there. So, like, it's kind of crazy to sit here and think, like, when they bring up race, it's like, dude, you don't even know what race is. Like, you just don't. You can say it was made by a white dude because of Caucasian, but like, not all white people are, in my opinion, if you want to get down to the nitty gritty, I don't think all white people are Caucasian. I don't think white people are Caucasian at all. Like actual white people north of the Alps, yeah, I don't think they're Caucasian at all. I think they just call us Caucasian because that's where the Slavs were and we're the closest to that skin tone. But really, we're whiter than them. In a lot of cases. So, like, the reality is, when they talk about race and shit like this, they don't even know what it is. They're just saying, oh, brown people. This is pretty much what brown people good. White people bad. That's pretty much what race is in this country now. Now, at least in the 60s and 70s, you had black people. You had people from at least, like, different regions of the world. It was like black people or African American. You had like your subcontinent Asians, which were like Indians, Pakistan, like Middle Easterns, stuff like that. Actually, India was its own thing. Middle Easterns was its own thing. The Orient or Oriental people. You had Russians or Slavs, which, by the way, interbred a lot. Then you had like Europeans were pretty much broken up by country at the time, but there's a reason for that. But a lot, you notice that like you would see like Scots working with Germans and things like that, whereas you wouldn't see Italians working with like Germans or Scottish or English. You know what I mean? Unless they were progressive or whatever you want to call it at the time, they didn't care about race. Then you had like in America, people made fun of Polish people. People made like. Race isn't what people think it is, and it's kind of crazy to think that people think what race is today is the same thing that it was throughout all of history. It boggles my mind. It's like, dude, no, what you call race is actually colorism. Because, dude, the Aboriginals from Australia are black, right? In tone, right? What the fuck do they have to do with Africa? Right? I've seen Indian people from India and African people from Africa, and the Indian people are darker than the African person in skin tone. Are we going to call the Indian guy black? What we're going to do? I mean, it doesn't make sense. Like, genetically speaking, most of the Native Americans in America, at least in Northern America, I don't know about South America, but in North America, most of the Native Americans that were here when we came here are genetically Asian in descent. Are we gonna call them Oriental now? Like, no, but like, race has gotten to a point to where it's just now skin color. If your skin color is darker than your average white dude who tans, yeah, guess what? You're black or person of color in this case, because that's what they've moved to. It's just colored people in a different order. Like, I don't even understand how we got back to that, because apparently that was racist during the 60s and 70s to say colored people, but now we're back to that. We're back to it. I don't fucking understand that. But we're back to that now. So it's fucking insane. I'm gonna go take a leak real quick. Be right back. I will pay the little bit while I'm going.
I ran the Escapist. When I took it over, it was still coming off of Gamergate stuff. I've gotten it all from everybody. I don't have a moment's peace unless I just stay in the middle of things in some form. And I put my blessing to find these things.
I think this conversation was honestly kind of pointless. I don't think anyone's seen like each other's sides whatsoever. I think the goalpost just keeps moving and moving and moving. I think there are genuine concerns for this award show, but none of them were actually addressed here. So I
Like what?
know. And also the Suicide Squad stuff. That game was terrible because the gameplay was just bad. Yeah, it had a lot of DEI in it, but everyone was turned off just from seeing the trailer and going, "That looks like shit. I'm not gonna play that." So
yeah, I mean the other point I was going to bring up on Wukong in relation to that was like that game's been on most anticipated lists across all of media for months, and suddenly there's a narrative that all of games media hates it.
Well, let me ask you this: if when it comes to like DEI and diversity in games, right? Do you not see how forced diversity could lead to lower quality in games? Like if you explicitly hire less capable employees because they're part of a specific, diverse characteristic group, you can get a product that is lesser quality while still having, full representation. Do you not see how that can lead to a lower quality just by saying, hey, this person is more talented, but you fit this, you check this box. Can you not see how that may be an issue?
Sure, I'd agree with that. I think you should hire people for their talent. Like I've always done that. Again, I don't think it has really to do with diversity. I think it has more to do with hiring people that aren't skilled for the job that they want to be in. And I also think a lot of the pandering and issues in games, it comes down to just poor writing, which I don't think anybody playing games is going to disagree that writing in games has not been great lately.
Well, I'll say this. I think that you reach a good point, but I do think that I would love to see the receipts of what you were talking about earlier, right? So if you want to DM them to me, right? You don't need to put them public if you don't want, right? But if you want to DM them to me, I'll gladly check them out. Like I said, I will be the first to condemn any sort of marks of acts of violence or anybody saying they want to do anything bad to you.
I sent you, the whole Smash JT thing. I sent you the stuff from the Syncquisition, and I told you I'd send you the emails. That was he co-opted. We took down a GitHub page that had created a straight up hit list of people in the industry with goals to exercise them and all this other bullshit. So we took that list down, and then I emailed Smash JT to say, hey, you just took down this list. A lot of the same people that were on this list are on your list. I would like you to remove that list. I emailed the Wix about taking down that specific page. They took down the entire website. I did not ask for the entire website to be taken down. And I specifically told them, I don't care if you make videos. I don't care if you write articles about it. Just don't give people an easy to access list to target these people right now when they're already getting death threats and all that kind of stuff. And I have the receipts. I'm happy to send those to you.
So once again, you feel like this list on SmashJT.com, this Kotaku detected list, you see this as a hit list?
No. I said there was another user, his username on Twitter is like Sinquisition or something like that. He made a GitHub page that had a whole list of people with like this whole religious doctrine to exercise us and all that. And then when we dug into who it was, like a traveling nomad, this dude was not right in the head. So we got that taken down, and almost at the same time, as soon as we got that taken down, then Kotaku Detected popped up with a lot of the same people on that list. I've never said Smash JT's list is a hit list. Do I think it's a targeted list? Yes, but I don't think he's trying to get it.
Kind of implying it when linking it to something that had nothing to do with Smash 18. Right.
Like you bring it up in the conversation of a hit list, and then you expect people not to think you're talking about.
Well, no. The problem is he's talking about a guy who's crazy, and then equating Smash JT's list to be the same.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like you bring it up right after you talked about somebody who had a hit list, and then you expect people not to think you're implying that it means the same thing.
It's not even the implying. What I'm saying is, what it sounds like to me is that whether he thinks Smash AT made the one on GitHub and acted like it, and the thing that they sent or that they found was untrue, and he personally thinks that, and the GitHub thing was Smash AT, or he thinks Smash AT was following this guy, which there was no evidence of that to my knowledge at the moment either. So to my knowledge, I don't even think Smash AT uses GitHub for maybe anything besides mods for games. But even then, there's better websites for that, so I doubt that's even there. You know what I mean? I doubt that's even a correlate at all. The reason a lot of the same names are there is because they're okay. What you're saying is you're essentially saying this is what he's essentially.
I don't know if you could hear it while you were in the bathroom, but Blab said the same thing you've been saying. That this whole conversation about the video
but the
game
difference
awards
is
has just been a goalpost. That like none of the topics have actually been covered. The goalpost just keeps moving and moving and moving and moving.
Yeah, because he has nothing to say to it. Because it's their award show. There's nothing you can do about their award show. Whether you agree with it or not doesn't fucking matter. The reality is you're trying to argue with him about what his award show is.
Right.
Right? Or his and the other people on the board's award show is. That's what you're doing. That's what he's doing. He's trying to say, well, we should have, him specifically, we should be allowed to be on the board. At this point, he's pretty much saying we should be allowed on the board because we're access media. We're better than
honestly,
that's
I didn't
literally
know,
what he's thinking in his head
until
without
they
saying.
until they did the podcasts and shit on it. I didn't even know the fucking Suicide Squad thing was fucking woke. I just saw the trailer and was like, I just saw the trailer and was like, this game's fucking like, if this is gonna be the game, it's fucking trash. This is like PS1 fucking bullshit. Like,
dude,
if
the reality is that like, everyone knew this. If you were following Cabritas and stuff beforehand, because I was, like, he had a breakdown of it, of how CPB Inc. literally cost Warner Brothers. I mean, people are gonna blame whatever they want, but the reality is if the story was good, people would have dealt with the shit mechanics. Because it's a DC game, right? It's a DC game. Fans of DC will, which is a very, very broad population, will play a game that's shit if the story's good enough. I mean, that's been proven time and time again. How many times do we have to watch a game come out by, what's his name? The guy who made Metal Gear.
I know who you're talking about.
He put out that one game with the guy from The Walking Dead in it. Norman Reedus, and people played the shit out of that game, and that game was fucking god awful. I don't understand how people played that game. I mean, the mechanics worked fine, but I mean, it had the same problems that Sweet Baby Inc. had, or not Sweet Baby,
Suicide Squad.
Suicide Squad had. Yeah, there was no like direction. It was kind of like it was walking simulator. It's like, and a lot of people played that fucking game, like a shit ton. And I was actually interested in the game because it looked interesting. I was like, huh, what the hell is this? What's going on with this? And then I, watched one dude play it on Twitch for 5 minutes or on YouTube or whatever fucking place I was at. Probably YouTube. It was YouTube at the time. I was like, this game looks fucking dumb. But people are playing it in mass. Like, it's just a dumb fucking game. Who the fuck's playing this game?
Well, I mean, that's how I feel. That's how I feel about
the idea that the mission structure and all that shit is bad and all this other fucking shit. It's like, that's not true. Hardcore DC fans would play that no matter what, whether the structure was bad, the way the mission guidance worked, or whatever. I mean, look at Dragon Ball Xenoverse. That has not very good mission guidance, right? And they give you a point on the map, but like, as far as like knowing exactly what to do, even if you read what they're saying, you don't really know what the fuck you're doing. You know what I mean?
Right.
But a lot of Dragon Ball Z fans played that fucking game, and it's not that good. It doesn't look that good.
And they're still playing it apparently, or they'd stop fucking putting out, or they'd stop putting out free DLCs for it.
The mechanics worked great as far as like the fighting mechanics and all that. The flying mechanics, the running mechanics, the walking mechanics. They worked fine. They were, average video game mechanics for that kind of stuff. I mean, and people play the shit out of it still. Probably mostly nowadays hardcore Dragon Ball Z fans. Dragon Ball fans.
Oh, speaking of Dragon Ball Z,
Kakarot. The idea that a bad mission structure is going to stop people from playing the game. You're talking about a game that had like, I think at recent peak was 100 and something after DLC launched. Steam. You're telling me there's only 100 DC fans that put up with the bullshit? That's what you're saying. And no, it's just a bad, like, the bad things you're talking about.
all the way around.
Yeah, it's bad all the way around. Like, you're saying mission structure, shit like this. It's like, I played a lot of games with shit mission structure. How about this one? You know who has the worst mission structure? And I'll die on this fucking hill. Fallout and Skyrim have the worst mission structure of all time. And what do people do? They play the fuck out of those games. Quite literally every game in that field, in that RPG single player field, has a better mission structure than Elder Scrolls and Fallout. Those games are played constantly. You can't say because of mission structure. The lore isn't even like unless you're into that type of lore, it's not even that good. You know what I mean? Like, there's way more detailed lore in a lot of games.
You can't tell me people don't play the shit out of them because if people didn't play the shit out of them, they wouldn't have re-released Skyrim like 10 times.
Not only that, but they have MMO versions of both games that are still heavily occupied. People play Skyrim. People play Oblivion constantly.
ESO is
Fallout
fucking
3 and 4 constantly.
ESO has thousands of Elder Scrolls Online has thousands of fucking players. Fucking Fallout Online
Fallout has thousands of players, and it fucking was broken at launch. Like, fundamentally broken. You couldn't play it sometimes. And people are still fucking playing it by the thousands. So, like, you can't sit there and tell me with a giant property like DC, who has established lore, which they probably broke in the fucking story.
Which is probably why it's such fucking shit. Honestly, because you broke the fucking.
You
It has nothing to
say
do with
that.
broken
just
game
can't.
mechanics.
Sorry, you can't say that.
Right.
You
It has
can't.
nothing to do with broken
can't.
game mechanics or anything else. It has to do with you fucked up the fucking story.
You fucked up the story so bad that people don't want to deal with the mechanics, the bad mechanic part. That's what it is. That's what it is. I'm sorry, dude. Skyrim has some shit. All Bethesda games. I'll say this: 99% of Bethesda games have shit mechanics. And the reason I say this is because they would be good. The mechanics would be good. The mechanics would be good, but they're fucking broken 99% of the time.
Right.
Till like 5,000 patches come out for them. You know what I mean? Like look at Elder Scrolls Online. That was the only I will say this: that is the only successful game made by Bethesda / ZeniMax Studios that came out and wasn't completely fucking broken from the beginning. Like, there were some broken pieces, sure, but like, that was you couldn't do the shit you could do in Skyrim, Fallout, even Fallout 76. Like, that's just the reality. Like, it actually fucking worked. But like, people still play it, and a lot of that stuff was broken day one, and they still played it day one. Granted, a lot of the Bethesda games, especially the single-player RPGs, it being broken was a feature, not a bug. You know what I mean? Because it's fun. It's fun to watch random shit like that happen. Like, your character just, like, fucking gets hit by a giant and disappears. You know what I mean? That's hilarious. Come on. That's the part of the problem is people don't like, or gets hit by something random. How many times have you been hit by something random and you just fly across the fucking map?
It's just people will play
for no reason.
People will play shit mechanics as long as the lore and the storyline is good.
Yeah.
And
so
I mean,
like Dragon Ball Z
the
universe,
lore in Fallout,
kinda...
the lore in Fallout might not be good, but the storylines are halfway decent.
No, okay. I'm not saying the lore is bad. I'm saying you have to kind of be into that type of lore to begin with to do it, right? Like, Fallout's lore is good for the type of lore it is. Like, it's a post-apocalyptic nuclear wasteland. You have to be into that type of lore to even like just that type in general. Like, you have to be into like Mad Max. You have to be into that kind of stuff to a point to even enjoy the game. You know what I mean? Or if you came across that first because, you know, you're younger, I can guarantee you're gonna like Mad Max. Like,
but more than likely,
Mad Max movies.
More than likely, people don't like Suicide Squad because they fucked it up just like they fucked up Dragon Ball Evolution.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's all it is.
When you trash a,
you know how many bad movies I've sat through that had impeccable lore and they follow the lore. Just the movie was just bad. Like, the acting was bad, the CG was bad, or if there was CG involved, the costumes were bad. Like, I'll watch a shit movie as long as they follow lore.
Right.
And they portray the actors try to portray the character as best they can.
Fuck you, Rhyperior.
Dragon Ball Evolution was a fuck off all the way around.
I hope you weren't trying to catch
the only person in Dragon Ball Evolution that was trying to be the character was the guy who played Piccolo. He tried his hardest, but everybody was like, "You're a fucking idiot. Why are you trying?" That's pretty much what happened there.
Speaking of Dragon Ball stuff, though, there's a rumor floating around that Kakarot will be getting a Dragon Ball Daima DLC.
That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, since Daima is technically going to be canon, and essentially they're taking a lot of parts from GT and making them canon.
Oh, I knew that was coming anyways. GT isn't that bad. The problem was the execution. Like, it was not good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it was good. What I'm saying is, on a let's say on a scale of bad, right? There's a 1, which is like the worst, and a 10, which is like the best of what bad could be, right? I would give it like a 8.
Dragon Ball GT is still better. It's still better than any live-action Dragon Ball movie that I've actually watched.
Yeah, and I've watched all the ones that are legit released from the studio,
Right.
which was a Japanese one, which
Was
bad.
better than Dragon.
Not
It was bad, but it was
full
still better
Evolution.
than Evolution.
yeah, like on a scale of like, let's put it this way, on a scale of like Cell Saga, which I mean people argue this all the time, but that is the best saga in all of Dragon Ball. To like Dragon Ball Evolution, I would put GT at like 4.
I mean,
Mid-range.
I mean, honestly, I like some
It's
parts
not
of
bad. It's just not great.
I like some parts of GT better than I like some parts of Super.
Oh yeah, that's for sure a fact. I don't think Super's that good. I think it's a little bit better than GT, only a little bit.
Right.
Again, on the scale of Cell to Dragon Ball Evolution, I'd probably put it at a 5 or a 6. Depending upon what part you're talking about, but overall, the whole series wasn't that great. I would say the 2 tournaments were fun, but the training wasn't as
Now,
focused
when
on,
they
which is
now,
kind of annoying to me.
when they go
things like that.
hopefully Toriyama's successor, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, Toyotaro or
It's
something.
fine. Don't even worry about it. I'm not gonna I
hopefully
can't even say his name to begin with.
hopefully when he does the rest of Dragon Ball Super, because there is now a massive amount of manga that needs to be animated to the anime the anime.
Oh, that's right. They did the animation before the manga.
They have
The Game of Thrones situation, although they didn't fuck it up as bad as Game of Thrones did.
yeah, they were doing animation and he was writing the manga like simultaneously for a while almost. But
Yeah. And then it slowed down because he
wrote more, and the manga is still being released. Like, we're all the way up to a fucking another, like, they're all the way up to another fucking destroyer, and that has appeared in Universe 6, and Vegeta and Goku's missing, fucking locked up by somebody or something. I don't know. I'm not that caught up. I just keep seeing clips of it here and there. But, and fucking, like, hopefully, like, from what I could tell, the story is getting better in Dragon Ball Super, and it's going more towards basically a Dragon Ball Z-esque story.
Well, the whole problem with Dragon Ball Z, in my opinion, like if you want me to give one criticism to Dragon Ball Z, it's the focus. I can't stand Gohan.
The what?
The Dragon Ball Z was supposed to focus on Gohan, and it never really did. But I look back at watching Dragon Ball Z and I'm not talking about as a kid, I'm talking about as an adult as well. Every time there was a heavily focused Gohan episode, I was like, I don't want to watch this.
Yeah, they kind of.
I just can't stand him. I can't stand Gohan. Sorry, it's just.
And I mean, part of that has to do with the fan base though, because that's the whole, like, Dragon Ball Z, like, in an interview, Toriyama said the Z was he chose Z because it was supposed to be the end. Just like it's the end of the fucking alphabet, it was supposed to be the end. And yet, fucking GT came out, and fucking people were bitching they want more Dragon Ball, so he continued writing. He gave in and continued writing, which I appreciate, because it's, to this day, still one of my favorite animations, regardless of fucking anything. I like GT for what it is. It's not the greatest fucking thing in the world, but I like it for what it is. I do like the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. The Dark Star Dragon Ball saga, the beginning was kind of trash, but the Black Star Dragons.
I guess the execution was bad. That's all.
The Black Star Dragons were fucking epic. The Baby Saga was pretty decent, because that was already in lore.
Yeah. The reality is that like Dragon Ball if you were growing up in the 90s and the 2000s, Dragon Ball was, if you're a guy who's into anime now or a female, Dragon Ball was probably a huge part of your life. And to be fair, even though it's a very simplistic storytelling mechanism, it's very, and that my problem is that like this is where it's been, right? Like, look, dude.
I mean, that's part of the appeal of it, though, is that it was so.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
this
is my problem with.
The story's so simplistic,
yeah.
honestly, that it doesn't take much to get into it.
Yeah. So there's a guy called Eric July. He goes by Young Ripa some number on YouTube. He's a vocalist for a band. He's worked in several different industries. And now he's making comics of his own called The Ripper. The universe is called the Rippaverse. There's Yara and Isom, and they have another one coming out, and they have like a small comic coming out to introduce new character, or that is out. That's introducing new character ideas that he has and see if people like them or not, essentially. By the way, he's doing it all himself, like not the whole drawing and everything, but you know they're writing the story. He's writing the story. He's got illustrators. He's got. He's doing the printing, getting the printing done himself. Like he's not. It's not through the normal comics.
He's publishing it.
Right.
And writing.
Yeah,
he's
doing
writing
everything.
and he's writing and publishing. All he has is like
he's doing
illustrators
everything.
and shit.
So, he's not doing the art. He probably isn't writing the actual story or the lines. He's just giving it like a rough idea because he's not. That he's like, I'm a lyricist, but that's a lot different than running a fucking story. Like he even said like a long time ago, what Coheed and Cambria did with their music is something that I could wish I could do with my. Coheed and Cambria is just one long story.
Right.
People forget that.
Fucking random bird just fucking lands next to you. Fucking random.
Yeah, that's a.
Isn't that the Firebird?
Yeah, it's fletching.
Yeah. Just comes over and lands next to you. Hey, what's up?
Anyways, point being, everybody's shitting on his comic because like the storytelling's boring, or it's like, dude. First off, comics are for kids. I don't know if you know this, right? It's supposed to be a mechanism. It's for kids. I mean, yeah, adults can enjoy it too. Don't get me wrong. I'm not shitting on adults that like comics. But the reality is, comics were originally made for kids.
The storytelling.
Have you read like? Yeah, like I ask these people all the time. Have you ever read like the first Superman, or the first Batman?
It's fucking boring as shit.
The first, well, which wasn't even called Batman, or the first Captain America. Like, they're simplistic as fuck because they're for kids. They're for kids, but in late elementary, early middle school. That's what their target demographic is. And when people start saying shit like this, and then like people start adding storytelling elements that are like way far advanced, like. For people in like middle school and elementary school and shit, like early, like 6th grade, 5th grade, 4th grade, 3rd grade. Like, dude, yeah, some people can read that in that age range, but like, the reason why people like comics back then, even adults back then, was because of how simplistic and easy it is to get into.
Right.
That's the whole point. And like, now it's to the point to where it's like, it might as well be a gay Game of Thrones version, like. Dude, no kid. I don't know, have you ever read any of the Game of Thrones books?
No.
Dude, I'll tell you right now, look, as good as a writer as George R.R. Martin is, right? The right person?
I think so.
I think of a different author. Yeah. As good as a writer as he is, some of that shit is really hard to fucking get through. Right? Like it's not fun to read. Like when you watch the show, last couple seasons sucked, but like the show before Jon Snow died, if you watch that and you see all the dialogue, it's great as far as acting and all that, and watching it as a TV format. But those dialogue scenes when they're in the fucking book, do you know how hard it is to get through that? Like, do you even understand how hard it is to get through that? Because some of those dialogue scenes, as good as they are when they're acted, they are fucking a fucking bitch to read.
It's almost like he wrote. It's almost like he wrote a screenplay to begin with.
Yeah, although not like
Right.
it's written in book format, but like it's
But it comes
kinda like
across
if,
so
like,
much better when it's acted out on
yeah, yeah,
screen
yeah, yeah. So
rather
you
than
like
just
you
like
like I'm telling you right now, if you don't have an imagination, you're not reading those books at all. You're not finishing them. I've read every book up until the last one. They're great books. I'm never gonna shit on him for the only thing I'm gonna shit on him for is not releasing the last one because I'll probably die before then. But uh, they're great books. I love them. I can read stuff like that. But there are parts where I'm like, why? Why is this dialogue so? This could be summed up in like 3 words. You know what I mean? Because I've read the whole series. There's books by them. One book by themselves is pretty fucking thick. Like, it's like reading. You've got to really. First off, you got to really like the lore aspect and the time period. If it wasn't medieval, like if they chose a different time, there's no way I'm reading those fucking books. It was like, you know, modern times with modern weapons. Which is part of his art, which is fine. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I actually like the fact that there is those parts of that book where it's like a pain to get through, because it's like we've talked about this. Because the thing is, the show, what it does is it follows a bunch of different people, and the book's written the same way. So like the chapters aren't like chapter 1, chapter 2, or like a title or something like that. It's literally the person they're following at that point in time in the book. So like you'll have a chapter that says Ned or Ned Stark, which is, you know, the father of the Stark family. And then you'll have a chapter that says like the chapter's name is just the person's name. So like Ned, like the first one I think was Ned Stark, or no, it was Brent. No, was it Ned or Brent? I can't remember. It's been a while. Then it'll be like Brand, or Brandon, which is Ned Stark's son, or it'll be like Jon Snow or John. What are the other characters? Joffrey, or whoever's point of view you're at. That's what it's written as, right? Which is a very good concept. The problem is that a lot of the stuff, a lot of the books, and it shows in the show too, especially in the earlier stuff, when what's her name? I forget her name now, but the Ned Stark's oldest daughter, was supposed to marry the king's son, Joffrey. There's whole scenes in that show where she doesn't really talk, just listening to the people around her, because she was sent to the capital to be, you know, the wife to Joffrey when she got old enough, when she essentially had her period. And there's whole scenes of her really not talking. Maybe says like 1 or 2 things of non-importance. And yeah, it's definitely portrayed in the book, but you're hearing, like, you're seeing it from her point of view, and it's like you're just listening to like the queen just talking at her essentially while reading it, and it's sometimes it's just like, god damn, this needs to be over. You know what I mean?
yeah.
I mean, I like that kind of stuff. I mean, I personally do, but a lot of people, if you don't have a fucking imagination and understanding of the structure of the book, just go watch the show. At least you'll get the understanding of the structure of the book, and maybe be able to use the imagination from the show, your mind, to see parts that weren't in the show that aren't critical but aren't not critical. It's hard to adapt a book, especially a book series. The fact that The Lord of the Rings did so well was kind of shocking.
I'm kind of worried about
so-
Henry Cavill's replacement on The Witcher.
Dude, no one's watching that with Henry Cavill. mean, Amazon wanted him to do a 40K thing, but then they're like, "Oh, we're writing it this way." It's like, no,
And that's why he didn't.
I'm good.
Oh, you
To be
can still
honest,
hear me.
if you could just read the
Okay.
books to 40K,
I can't hear
they're actually
shit
pretty
for
good.
another few seconds. It had been 11 hours or 12 hours. I had to reset the potato timer. But Henry
I mean, that's why I
Cavill
didn't watch
was-
Halo.
Henry
Everybody kept,
Cavill
like,
was
the-
happy. I guess he was happy with the way the Witcher was written, because he was trying to keep he was trying to keep Geralt as close to lore as possible. But I can't remember who's taking his place. I think it's one of the Hemsworth brothers.
Well, that's the reason he left, is because they're not trying to keep the Witcher lore.
Right, and I think
based
well
on
that, and he was
so-
supposed to do something else with DC or something. And
But
I don't know.
The way I see it is, you have to have. The problem is now we have people in all industries taking those industries and or adapting them to other industries and not giving a shit about the lore. Halo was supposed to be that way, at least according to the people making the show. Now, whether that changed or not, is a whole other fucking story. And I'm not going to watch it because I'm just going to listen to people who made the show. It wasn't for Halo fans, from I gathered, and I'm not going to. I mean, Halo Infinite isn't for Halo fans. So at least they tried with 4 and 5. They tried to be for Halo fans. They ultimately failed as far as the gameplay aspect, but the lore was solid, both. So I don't really see the problem with that. But the gameplay wasn't the great in 4. It was all right. 2 is Call of Duty-esque, in my opinion. Then they went backwards in Halo 5, back to more of a Halo-style feel when you play the game, with added stuff like sprint and stuff like that. The lore, the new lore in 5, which they completely apparently ignored in Infinite. I don't know if that's true because I didn't play Infinite. But just from what I gathered, it just seemed like they dropped a lot of shit in lore in that game. From what I could tell from the outside looking in.
At this point, there's no fucking storytelling in Halo Infinite anymore, like legitimately.
Yeah, I mean, I actually, and you know what's funny about
they
that?
actually released a statement because after, I think it was the 2nd or 3rd season, they stopped doing the cutscenes and shit, and released a statement that nobody cares about the cutscenes and shit. Like, that's all we fucking cared
Really
about.
bad.
No, they
What's
were.
the problem with that type of
They
game?
explained the fucking story. Now we just go into seasons and we're like, what the fuck is going on? Like when the Flood got re-released. Huh?
Okay, so like I think the reason they did this, and I think it's bad on the storytelling part on their side.
Like I get it.
The
They're
bad
at
guys-
I get it. They're at the
the
Zeta
main-
Halo or whatever, and it has
Yeah.
It's
No, I'm not
got
talking
it's
about
got
that.
an archive.
You're going too far.
It's got an archive of every fucking, being in history. So yeah, the Flood's there, but like to just reintroduce the Flood with no fucking cutscenes that somebody went into the Zeta Halo and fucking opened up accidentally or on purpose opened up the Flood. Like you didn't fucking go over any of that. You just fucking the Flood's back. Or the Banished took over the Banished AI took over. Like,
yeah.
Where is
So,
this
a
even
lot of
coming
that-
from anymore?
So one of the biggest problems with Infinite, also with the story, from what I could tell, is if you didn't play Halo Wars 2, you don't even really know what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, I was so
Um,
fucking lost for the longest time until I fucking watched
by
a
the
video
way,
of somebody
anyone
explaining
who's
it.
gonna shit on the Halo Wars series, they're crazy. Um, one because there's actually good storytelling in those games, and two, the mechanics are just your random RTS
They're-
mechanics.
Right.
Like everybody's like, "Oh, it's a shit game." Like actually, it's a fine game.
Because it's not
you're
because
just
it's not
being off
Halo.
of something else. Because it's not first person shooter Halo.
Because it's not first person shooter and you're not the Master Chief.
But they did
Ryan,
it correctly.
sorry
They
about
didn't put they didn't shove the Master Chief as the main character into the to you know
it. Right.
to the point of Halo Wars. You know. Also, I don't think people really like RTSs anymore, and the people who do
Why the fuck
are
did
a dying
I don't
breed.
my whole thing is though, and I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I am not anywhere close to being like Halo lore heavy, person, but I'm so confused on why the banished hate the UNSC so fucking bad when they're the banished
It's the
because they
same.
were banished from the covenant. Shouldn't it be the enemy of my enemy type of
No.
situation?
The reasoning is the same thing. Okay, so you remember how the elites left and started working with the USNC or UNNC, whatever the fuck it is.
Right, after Halo 2.
Yeah. So at that point, there was what they call
When they realized that
schism.
they were basically in
The
a cult.
schism. The schism is there's three sections that people don't realize. It's even covered in the books before Halo. Before before the timeline and before they released Halo Wars 2, that there was a subsect of the religion that was like super like extremist. It's like the Taliban version of Muslims, right? So, the difference is that they're not doing terrorist acts to non-believing. Because all it is a religion. People don't realize this.
Cult.
All Halo is based on is a religion of the
Cult.
Covenant. That's it.
Cult.
Huh?
It's a cult.
I mean,
Usually,
I guess.
usually religions don't end in mass suicide, which is literally what they were going for if they activated the Halo rings. They were gonna
Sure,
they call
I
it
mean,
the journey home, but it's fucking mass suicide. Hey, you're drinking the fucking Kool-Aid, bro. Come on. Let's be
I
real.
guess, but the different. Well, that's also the difference with the Banished, and people don't realize that either. They're not necessarily trying to. I mean, they are, but they're not at the same time trying to act like it's a whole convoluted story.
They're not. They're not trying to
that's why-
activate the. They're not trying to activate the Halo rings in the sense of destroying all life in the universe. They want to activate the Halo rings to use the Halo rings
power, yeah.
power to whatever devices they choose to use it for.
Yeah. So they were considered the extremists, even though they were the least extremist. But out of the Covenant. But the extreme part was just, I guess, having the power over the rings. But everybody was trying to get that, including the So,
the UNSC, because
yeah.
in all actuality, they could just fucking they when they showed up to the Zeta Halo ring. I mean, yeah, you were under attack, but let's be real, you could have just fucking launched a few fucking missiles at the fucking ring and fucking destroyed it and been done with it. But no,
Yeah.
we got to fucking fight
Well, no, because
the
there
banished.
is that there is an archaeological factor to the rings. So they're not just trying to stop the rings from going off at that point. They're also trying to figure out like essentially what the history of the universe is, and you do learn that if you read a lot of the books. But I mean, it is kind of covered in like 4 and 5, especially 4. but it's kind of covered in 4 and 5. Essentially,
I feel like it's more. I feel like it's more covered if you got all of the. Not. I don't remember there being that many in 5, but at least 1 through 4.
well,
If you went. If you
5
went
was really
through. If you went through and got all the little computer fucking things and shit,
it's not even
they
that.
told
I mean, even in the main story, they talk about it a bit, but it's not like it's in passing. It's not really like you're not the archaeologist, right? So
right.
like it's in passing, and in both in Halo as well. You're when you fight Halo 4, when you fight what's his name, main bad guy. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. He pretty much explains to you like what he is, what you are, and how you're a derivative of him.
Oh, the forerunner guy.
Yeah, how you're just a derivative of him, and the Master Chief is literally just a derivative of him, which is true. It just evolved differently. That's it. And then you had the librarian in 4 who explained a little bit more, but like in the beginning of Halo 4, when you see him the first time you see him, he kind of explains you're just me, just different timeline essentially. Without using those exact words. So, yeah. So the Forerunners, are humans before humans. They weren't humans, obviously. They didn't come from Earth. They were essentially humans before humans, and they were late to the game, just like humans. And the pre the they called. Hold on.
The progenitor.
It's been so long. No. Species. The precursors, which ended up being the flood, were essentially the covenant at the time. The precursors were not. I mean, they're kind of like the flood in a sense. They are the flood in general, but it's like a corrupt version of the precursors. But they kind of do look similar, just not as like grotesque. They're pretty grotesque though. They are a Lovecraftian type race. And the Forerunners found them, kind of like how we found the Covenant. It's kind of the same. It's literally the same story twice. Just
Well,
at an earlier
history
time
is
in the
doomed to
universe.
repeat itself.
So, it's a little bit different, obviously, but technology is different, all that shit. But like the reality is that the flood, the precursors became the flood because of some thing that happened with the Halo rings. Everyone else died out with the Forerunners, except for a few that were on the rings at the time, and was able to, the Diadact was which Diadact?
And then the librarian took
It was
the DNA of everybody and saved it.
Shadow
And
of
then
Sunridded Stars.
And then
Thunderdid Stars. That's the one you fight in Halo. Or this second. Born Stellar. There's a very good story on that. There's podcasts. There's a few. I used to listen to,
at one point,
there's
if I
podcasts that,
remember,
give a breakdown.
if I remember, at one point, humanity was
You all saw the librarian.
humanity was on Earth. I mean, it was early humanity, and that was around the time the flood was taking over the universe. So the librarian took all the genetics of every living being, stored it on the Halo, activated the Halos, destroyed all life in the galaxy,
Yeah.
and then reset certain strands of life, humanity being one of them, because we were supposed to be the next forerunners. We were
Yeah. Humanity was supposed to be the next Forerunner,
right.
which they end up being because the Master Chief is essentially
The Didact.
version of the Didact.
Right.
Quite literally. All the Spartans are that's Spartan 2s.
All the
I don't
Spartans.
know how
Yeah, all the Spartans were supposed to be, and then Master Chief. Everybody knows there's something about Master Chief. I mean, he's got the moxie.
He was in middle school.
He's got the swag.
But the reality is that like Halo's lore is so there's a lot of problems with a lot of the like there's Covenant separatists, there's the Coven. You have the Swords of St. Helios, which were yes and no to the because they've been around forever. A new version is the one with the Arbiter, or what the fuck's his name? His actual name.
I don't know. You had to actually read the lore to know his name, because I'm pretty sure in every
Thelvadam, I think is his name.
I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure in every
Thelvadam.
single I'm pretty sure in every single game they just called him the Arbiter.
No, they cover his name in the game. At least in 5 they did, I think. They mentioned his name, but I don't think they actually. You have to link it in your own head. You can't really just like they don't say his name to him.
Right.
They don't call out for him. They call him the Arbiter. But when they're talking, like when the group, when Team Osiris is talking, they say.
I probably caught it and didn't catch it at the same time because it wasn't like they weren't talking to
it's
the
also like
arbiters.
another fucking language, essentially.
They
He's
weren't-
also like, or the from what I gathered, at least ancient or older versions of the Sangheili were more like Japanese-esque.
So many fucking
culture.
grunts.
Grunts are I don't even know the fuck. The the Angoi.
There's just so many.
Man.
For their original planet to have been glassed, they must fucking reproduce like fucking rabbits. It's fucking ridiculous how many
They
grunts
also,
there
like-
are in the Covenant and in the fucking
Yeah.
Banished. Like, god damn.
Yeah, like
Comparatively, it goes grunts is the biggest fucking population. Which, granted, I mean, I get it.
Or there was
It
just a
kind of
lot
comes
them.
from the name, like, and then jackals is a big ass fucking population, and then elites, the Sanghelis, and then the fucking what are they? Fucking.
I can't say the brutes.
The brutes are like
uh
almost minimal
Yal
population.
Hanai or something like
The
that.
only-
I forget how to say it.
The only one that has a bigger population, and it's only by technicality, is the hunters, and that's because they're worms that are just in the form of a fucking giant monster.
Yeah, the Lekolo. I think that's how you say it. Worm. That's how they.
That's the only one that has a bigger population than grunts, but because they're literally useless in worm form, they band together and make big giant fucking monsters.
To be fair, they're not really small either. I mean, a 4'10" worm's pretty fucking big.
I mean,
I've seen worms before, but I have. At least on the planet Earth.
that's I mean, yeah, comparatively, that's more like a fucking snake, but
I mean, I'm sure there's worms out there that get that big, but it's gonna be rare to see. But yeah, the precursors, they were like, I mean, they weren't the flood. They didn't the Halo array. So the Forerunners made the Halo arrays to get rid of the precursors because they were like the Covenant in the sense that they were just like a fucking like
And
destroy
then they
all
got,
things.
and then they did something and got. They had to have been corrupted by the flood or something, or
Yes,
created
that's what
the
happened.
flood and got corrupted,
So
and then started,
uh,
expanding throughout the universe. Because it's the only reason that the Forerunners made and set off the
well,
Halos
Gravemind's the
was
last
because of the.
precursor. So if you know the lore behind Gravemind, he is a uh, he is the last, or supposed to be the last. That it could change. I doubt it is because I think Halo's dead. He is the last precursor. It's he's a proto flood form precursor, which is they pretty much corrupted cells of the precursors to make flood essentially a zombie that turns other creatures into flood. Um, that it's made of fine dust with hundreds of glass cylinders. It was a revenge failsafe. It was a failsafe revenge plot for the Forerunners. But there was only a few Forerunners left after they launched the Halo Ring season. So you got the Prometheans, which are the part of the Forerunner acumen, which were like the warriors. There was a human Forerunner war. That
Yeah, and
like
that's why the Didact. That's why the Didact was so pissed off
Yeah.
at the librarian for holding on to the human DNA and shit. Because he didn't like the fact that the humans were supposed to be the next.
which was like I think 10,000 BC. I think it was when it happened.
He didn't like the fact that the humans were supposed to be the next, like, Guardians of the Galaxy, for lack of a better
Yeah.
term.
I mean, there's a lot of factions and whatnot. Well, that's because the Didact was a Promethean, so he probably had something to do with that war to begin with.
Well, he loved
Towards
war.
the end, it was towards the end of
He
the
loved
precursors and the.
he loved war, regardless. You could tell. If he wasn't in battle, he was fucking bored out of his fucking mind, probably.
Yeah, I mean the Forerunners were essentially slaves of the precursors. So
Revolution!
I mean, the reality is that it's Halo's a very base game. It's also very not based in the sense that like the reality is they should have just blown up. Like the other day, I was talking to somebody about at work about specifically. Fuck.
I wasn't there. I can't help you.
Titan. That anime, everybody got a lot of people got mad about what Aaron Yeager did, and I'm like, that's base as fuck though. And they're like, what do you mean? I was like, how do you think the world works? How do you think nature works? They're like, what do you mean? I was like, he just went off and destroyed like a whole continent. I'm like, yeah, because people were trying to kill them. like, look, I know we grew up in this time of peace and whatever, but the reality is that's the way the world always has worked and will always work. You kill them before they kill you. That's it. If you're on a battlefield, it works the same way. That's just what it is, and people get mad about it, but it's a reality. They were literally trying to wipe off their whole entire race. So, but this just goes to show you how dumb people are and why nobody talks about the Turks or the Armenian genocide done by the Turks. Like, everybody cares about the Jewish genocide, but nobody cares about the Turkish genocide. I mean, a lot of people care about the Native American genocide, but not as many as you think should. A lot of people take I mean, like, nobody cares about the Armenian genocide. Can I have a Charizard? Yeah. When was that set? I don't know. You can have a Charizard later. I'll breed one for you. You have extras. I can get you one. Poop Liquor 9000. That's a great name, by the way. But yeah, like, it's just fuck. They're like, what do you mean? I was like, think about it, dude. Think about it. Any other, like, we talk about this with the Jewish people all the time.
Hang on a second.
Genocide. We never talk about with the Armenians. Really either. I'm sure there's been other genocides that we don't know about. Not everything.
Sorry, I was talking to
Okay.
Kimberly. She let me hit her fucking pen.
Babe.
Yeah, her.
I mean, we talk about it all the time with the Jewish,
she got the
genocide during World War II.
I can
The
turn my.
Holocaust.
Oh no, I can't. You're still alive.
We said, well, the Nazis should have been killed for that, but nobody talks about the Turks, and nobody talks about why the Turks should be killed. Nobody talks about, I mean, people do, but it's rare even still. With the Native Americans, I'm sure there's been other genocides I don't know about because I don't know all the genocides in history.
Well, it's just like, I mean, it's just like people don't talk. It's just like people who talk about slavery only talk about African slavery.
They only talk about specifically, well, in America, they only talk in all of America, like from like the whole Western hemisphere of the world, like North America, South America,
They
Central
only
America,
speak
all of it.
of
They only
African
talk
slavery.
about no, they only talk about American slavery. They don't even talk about the slavery in other places.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about they
see it as the same
what
thing.
I'm saying the same thing. I'm saying the same thing you are. They're
not.
only they
You're not,
only
because-
no. What I'm saying is they only talk about the Americans enslaving the African people. That's all they fucking talk about.
Yeah, but you have to be more specific because here's the problem.
I mean, I get that now, but they only talk about Americans enslaving African people. But what they don't talk about is the fucking Scottish and Irish people being slaves to the English, the Jewish being slaves to the fucking Egyptians, Africans being slaves to other fucking Africans. That still happens
you mean?
today.
There were Scottish people that were slaves to Scottish people. Like,
Right, like
this isn't like,
slavery is not a good thing, but it has been around and is still around in other parts of the world. And people are just slaves. I mean, honestly, you really want to fucking look at
actually, it's worse
We're
now
fucking
than
slaves.
it ever was. No, like actual slavery that exists now
is
higher
right.
numbers than it ever has been in the history of the world.
And it's worse now. Like they treat them worse, in my opinion.
I don't know about that. I guess in some ways, yeah, but like, well, I mean, to be dead honest, and nobody wants to point this out. So, like, I'm sure you've seen Roots, right? The movie Roots.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I don't know about you,
Now
but
that is a depiction of slavery that's supposed to be a depiction of slavery in America. But that wasn't actually the normal depiction of slavery in America. Do you get what I'm saying?
No, it was a
Like,
fucking,
yes, these people existed.
It was the
These people existed,
It was
but the
basically
reality,
this. It was basically the stereotype of slavery in America.
well, what is now the stereotype of slavery in America?
Right.
Slavery in America, slavery throughout the world, has never really been as bad as that movie portrayed. Now I'm not saying it's good.
No,
But,
no slavery is
at
good.
all. But
I would never own a slave.
You might, and I'll tell you why. There's other reasons, but this is like far off circumstances that don't matter. My point is that most slave owners didn't beat their slaves regularly, with whips or anything else.
And they also refused. They also refused to accept the fact that there were people of African descent who went to America and also owned plantations and slaves. Like
yeah,
their own people. White people
Even
were
though it's written
also
in history.
white people were also slaves. Like
Yeah.
white people had white people slaves and black people slaves. Some white people solely had black people slaves.
I mean,
Some
were
black
they-
people
were they
solely had
treated
black
well?
people slaves.
No.
Fuck
But,
no.
Like, but people are acting
It's
like
in
every
the
day.
but at the
Yeah.
end of the day, it's in the definition of slave. You're not going to be treated well.
I mean, were they treated well? No. But were they beat regularly? No, actually. Like, that wasn't a normal occurrence in any parts of the world. Even now.
I'm pretty sure basic
most slaves aren't.
I'm pretty sure even the
regularly.
most basic psychiatry that they knew that you get more flies with sugar. Like
It's the reality is that the whole slave thing, the whole slave narrative. I'm not sticking up.
and I mean, if you really think about it, slavery's not gone, it
But-
just evolved.
No, slavery that you're talking about, chattel slavery, still exists. Like,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
bigger
no,
than it's
no,
ever
no,
been
no.
in the entire planet.
But-
like,
But our slavery here in America, it's not gone, it just evolved. It just changed. We're still
Yeah,
fucking
it doesn't-
we're still
doesn't
fucking
matter.
slaves, and the government still treats us like shit. They're still I mean, you really get down to it, they're still out there beating us. They call for both sides call for violence in not so many words. They're divisive.
stop right
both
there.
sides
No,
both sides are divisive as
no.
fuck.
I'll tell you what to stop right there. No, that's not the slavery in America. You're making up a slavery that doesn't actually exist in America. The slavery that actually exists in America is taxes. End of discussion. Like there is no reason
I mean,
for
I
me to
wasn't-
work.
I wasn't
No, because you're talking about
I
two
wasn't
sides. and-
finished.
no,
I was
actually,
just talking
I'm-
about. I was
No,
just
this
talking
is why I'm going
about.
to tell you to stop because I'm actually for violence all the time because violence fucking works. Anyone who says violence doesn't work is a fucking lying sack.
It
of shit.
depends upon. It
Sorry.
honestly depends upon the
No,
situation.
no. It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. How does it not? How? Explain to me how violence doesn't work ever. Tell me.
Because if
Go
you're
ahead.
trying to get something from somebody like a service or something, honestly, beating them half to death, you're still not gonna fucking get that service. It's not. They're
still
not
do
gonna
it,
be
so-
because they're not gonna be able to perform the service. Like
They still do it. So
you get more flies with
the
honey.
government still does
Now,
that.
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
No, it's because people don't
the
want. No,
the
it's because
government
people don't
is
wanna
the
be beat.
slave owners.
That's what it is. No, because you're equating two different things, right? So like you're equating two party ethics to slavery when it's,
Oh no,
it's
I'm just
not.
saying there's two parties of slave owners.
I don't even agree with that. I think there's only one. So
Right, it's the government. In general,
and
I'm just saying that both
there's no-
sides,
so you
both
keep saying there's two
sides do
parties.
this. I'm saying both sides
No,
of the government,
I disagree that
which
there's two
pretty much-
parties.
which
So that
I mean, there's
automatically closes
there's
down what
the-
you're saying.
there's probably more than two, But as of the
No,
red and blue
I
party,
don't think there's
which
more than
pretty
2.
much,
I think there's only fucking 1. So that's the difference. Like, I don't see Republicans any different than I see Democrats.
well, that's what I'm saying.
I
They
just hate
both do
Democrats
the same
more.
shit. They both do the
That's the only
same shit.
difference.
They both
I
don't
just
care
happen
about
to
the
hate
general.
Democrats more.
They both don't care about the general population of America. They don't care about what we have to say. They don't care about. They only care about controlling what we do and what we say. That's all they fucking give a shit about.
But like what you're saying, but that's what I'm saying. When you bring up the 2-party system, I don't believe that exists at all. So, I mean, it's there as far as like a facade, but like it's not actually a real thing. And then I also don't believe that.
Well, I mean, it's not just the
calling for
conversation.
violence. Actually, I don't believe calling for violence is a bad thing. I also don't believe violence is a bad thing.
I mean,
I actually believe that violence is the correct answer to a lot of the world's problems.
Not
but no
to
one wants to
not
hear
to
that.
burst your bubble, but we are live, so I'm speaking at everybody, not just you. And there are people
Yeah,
out
but
there.
that's the problem with everyone else. That they believe
So-
a 2-party system exists when it doesn't.
I mean, it's all
This
the
is across
government,
all
regardless.
Western. It's across all Western governments as a whole.
But
it's not just us.
for the people
Like
who
UK,
want to say
the UK
for
is
the
supposed to have
people
like
who wanna
5
say-
parties. They're all the same fucking party.
for the people
The-
who want to say, oh, red this or blue that or whatever. What I'm
it's pointless
saying
to say
is
that.
they
So-
do the same. Well, that's and in acceptance of that, they do the same shit. They all do the same shit, just with fucking different words and fucking different premises behind it. But every fucking government official
Not
does
even,
the same
but
fucking
yeah.
shit.
I don't think
And
there's
you
different
can't tell me
preference.
they
I don't think
fucking
there's
don't.
different premises. I
They,
don't think there's different. I don't think there's different anything.
They
I
all
think they
fucking
cover it up to make it
they're
sound
all
like there's a difference.
You want to say though this
But I don't
this
think they
side's
actually have a difference.
you want to say, oh, this side's racist, so that side's racist. Well, they're all fucking. First of all, you're not. We already covered this. You're not even talking about racism as racism. You're talking about it as colorism. Let's get it real.
Mhm.
But they're all fucking. They don't want us actually being one fucking civilization. Because if we're all
I don't want to be one
unified,
civilization.
if we're all, but what I'm saying is,
I don't
if
believe
we're
that
all,
either.
if we're all unified as Americans, rather than this color, that color, whatever, then the
No,
government has
no,
no
I
power
disagree.
over us. Then the government
I
has no
disagree
power
because
over us, and that's how
I'll
it
tell
should
you
be
why I
anyway.
disagree.
The government's not supposed to have power over us. I'm
agree.
sorry. It's
But
just
The reality
it's
is
in the
that
name.
I
of
don't
the-
want to live. I'm sorry. I'll take the Republican any day over the Democrat, and I'll tell you exactly why. I don't want to live in a world where people think maps are okay. Sorry. I don't want to live in the same country as you if you think that. As a matter of fact, I think you should be killed even if you aren't a map yourself.
Oh,
Sorry.
I
Like,
thought
you
you
can
were
sit there.
talking
You can
about.
sit there.
I thought you were talking about like road.
No.
I thought you were talking about like maps of the fucking United States. Like, what do you mean? Like, you
No.
don't want your house on it?
No, I'm
Like,
talking about pedos. I'm talking about pedos.
no,
I'm talking
yeah,
about pedos.
okay,
Sorry,
I'm there.
They call them maps. That's why I'm using their language.
I
what
thought
I'm
you were
doing.
talking about an
Okay.
actual map. I was like, wait,
Sorry,
what? Maps are bad?
People who aren't
What?
in the government and people who aren't in the government and are fighting for this deserve to be executed, whether they're pedos or not. Gushing. I don't want to live in a world. I'm sorry.
We'll
I don't want to
just-
live in a world
we'll
where
just do
socialism's
what-
okay. We live in a
we'll just-
socialist society.
we'll
and
just
everybody
do
thinks
what-
it's okay.
We'll just do what old England did and ship them off to some random fucking island and call
Actually,
it
I'll tell you
Australia.
what, actually, you know what's funny about that? That's a lot of that's a huge fucking lie. Did you know that?
Yeah.
A lot of all. I wouldn't
It's
say
just
all,
a
but
really-
99%.
It's just a really funny reason on why anybody would actually want to live there.
No.
From
So,
what
like,
I understand, it's a beautiful place, but it's also terrifying.
No. So people talk about Australia being a penal colony, and yeah, it was, but people don't realize what the crimes were that they got sent there for. Most of the crimes that they
Oh,
were
it
sent
was
there
probably
for were
dumb
petty,
shit.
it was
probably
petty theft,
dumb
and
shit.
at the
Yeah.
time there
That's
was
what I'm
debt
saying.
crime. So
it was
debt crime was
probably-
part of it.
It was
And
probably
most of it
dumb.
was debt crime. So most
It
people
was-
who were criminals that went to Australia or were sent to
Yeah, that's what I
Australia weren't
thought.
even actually really criminals. Like they're
That's what-
criminals, but they're not criminals like
That's what I thought. It
Pedos
was
and
probably dumb shit.
murderers or whatever. But no, like here's my problem with what you're saying. What you're saying is there's a left and a right. I don't think there's a right in America at all because I know there isn't. There isn't a right. There's a more right-leaning left in America. The only way you can convince me, at least as far as a political party, I'm talking about the political party. I'm sure there's some rando actual right wingers out there, right? But you're talking about like 5 people in America. America was built off of left wing values inherently, and that's kind of why all the left stuff keeps winning. I keep telling people that, and like people on the right, I'm like, you're not right wing. And they're like, what do you mean? I was like, you don't even know what that means. People around the world don't seem to know what it means. And they use this stupid thing called the political compass, which is actually incoherent with what they're saying. The political compass is a leftist narrative that has been put out for however long it's been around. I don't know how long it's been around, but it's leftism. That's why I don't like libertarianism. It's also leftism. See, people have it backwards when they say left and right, right? People think the right wing of America, even if they think they're Nazis, are left wing. Nazis are a left wing party inherently. They believe in all the left wing things. Period. People can sit there and say, well, what about authoritarianism? You mean a left-wing product? Because this is why I say this, and people get mad at me when I say this, and I'm going by their definition. According to leftists as a whole, if it wasn't for leftist progressives, we wouldn't have any of the technology that we have. And I was like, okay, I'll grant it to you. I'll grant that to you. Okay, fine. So then the extreme right would actually be, according to them, someone like me or someone like, I don't know who else does this anymore. No one does it except for me. To go back to living in nature and not even having houses and shit. Like the most right wing you can be is to go back in time, essentially.
I mean,
To
honestly, I would
caveman
love-
days.
I mean, I don't know about,
According to progressives, by the way, I'm not saying that's what right wing is.
I don't know.
I
about
happen
all
to kind of
that.
agree.
I don't
No,
know
I
about
actually
all-
happen to kind of agree to a point.
I don't know about that
No.
far, but I mean, don't get me wrong. I would love to just go to some random spot and just build a
No,
fucking
you've got to
like
understand. I'm
build
using
me a shelter in a fucking like. You know, like how you see
Listen.
those videos where the guys go into the woods and they build like a little
cool.
cabin or
But
whatever.
you're getting
Like I would,
off. I
I
get
would
it.
totally do that. I would totally want to
But,
do
like-
that and just leave me the fuck alone, and let
But,
me
like,
live my life.
That would be what I'm talking about, though. Like, the cavemen didn't actually live in caves. Some did, but not a lot. Not all of them. Especially if we're from Africa, quote unquote. Which we're not, by the way. That's a fucking made up bullshit. By scientists who think they know what they're talking about. And they don't, because
Wait,
we
you
keep
don't-
finding
you don't
bones that
believe
are
in
older than any
Pangea?
bones in Africa. Huh?
You don't believe in Pangea?
That's not has nothing to do with human evolution. Pangea is before ever existed on this planet.
Oh.
At
Well,
least
that's what I'm
Homo
saying.
sapiens.
Like, that would be why.
No,
that
no,
would-
no.
I mean,
The reason why I don't believe in Africa is because the oldest bones ever found of Homo sapiens were found in Greece. That's why I don't believe in Africa, and they aren't of African descent. So
Wow.
they've already done blood tests on them or DNA tests on them because it was live. It was
Did they
there.
think they just?
DNA was alive in it.
Did
So-
they think they just came from Africa and fucking learned how to fucking use boats and stuff, and then forget how to fucking use boats for thousands of years? I'm fucking confused
No.
on how we can all
no.
come
So
from one.
I don't.
Like we can't all
my
come
exact
from one
words-
place. It's
what I'm
not.
saying, my
It's
exact
not
words-
physically possible.
My
Some
exact
people
words
came
were,
from Africa. some people came from fucking this set of continents on this side, and some people came from fucking other continents on that side. Like it,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
can't.
So,
All,
no,
it,
that's what I'm saying.
we can't have come from one
that's what I've
single
been saying.
place.
That's what I've been. Actually, we're not even part of the same species. If you actually dig down.
I mean,
no,
right?
I'm dead
like,
serious.
Every race,
so-
honestly, is its own species of Homo sapien.
It's not.
'Cause
It's not. They're not even Homo sapien. Because according to the science, this is the science labeling these things. Right? Only people from Africa are Homo sapiens, according to their science. Right? And this is the problem. You're not granting them their positions. You're just arguing to argue. So I'm granting every progressive scientist, whatever's a position, but they also can't explain why redheads are the closest thing to Neanderthals that are of the human species today. Homo sapien. Technically, like I'm personally technically not a Homo. There's Homo sapien DNA in me, sure, but there's not like redheads, most white people. If their heritage are most of their heritage is from north of the Alps, they aren't really Homo sapien.
Oh, great! I'm a Neanderthal, or at least a lot Neanderthal.
Yeah, you probably have. There's probably Homo sapien DNA. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I don't have Homo sapien DNA. I do.
See,
The reality is that,
and that's that honestly, that's kind of what ticks me off about the whole thing is we don't understand enough about ourselves.
well, it's just like the guys, dude. Don't even get me started because
as a
like
as a species or group, or in my opinion, group of species. Like we don't even understand enough about ourselves, and we want to fucking try to understand everything else first. I don't.
no,
I
we can't
just-
understand it because there's not enough evidence for anything. All the evidence has probably got burnt away in the Library of Alexandria and raids upon old sites similar to that, older sites similar to that in Egypt and things like that. The problem isn't that we can't know. We would have to invent a time machine to actually know. And even then, we're not even sure if we can go back in time with a time machine.
or
So,
come back.
yeah.
We might be able to
So
go back
we
in
don't
time, but we
actually-
might not be able to
even
get
the
back.
concept, we don't even understand the concept of time travel. Just kind of understand a flippant kind of thing that you see in movies and stuff. Even scientists like this, it's possible, but it's also not because we don't know what's going to happen. Like we don't know what's going to happen. We could, for all we know, you could turn into a pile of goo when we send you to whatever time period you want to go to, if we can even send you to that time period.
And
Oh.
well, I think the first problem, honestly, is where you're exactly getting. Like, you might be able to choose when you're gonna show up, but where are you really gonna show up?
No, we could do that with GPS. Coordinates. I mean, it depends on how far back you're going to. So, like,
Because the
if
same
you're going,
coordinates,
let's see,
the same coordinates along the x-axis may be with due to the Earth's rotation and shit, and fluctuation on the y-axis.
so
Due to that fluctuance, the I don't think that they can really write the code for that specific spot correctly enough.
well, they could if it's recorded. So, which it is. A lot of people don't realize how old science actually is. We just didn't call
Like,
it science until the scientific.
you would
method was, like,
legitimately
proven
have
work.
to. It would. I mean, well, I guess. Yeah, if you had a scenario where the person writing down the log for whatever they're doing was like, all right, so July 9th,
No.
just to use your date on the stream as an example, July 19th, 1984 at 30 degrees north, 70 degrees east, if you typed those coordinates in, obviously you know exactly where you're going to end up because it was recorded that there was land at that area where you could, you know what I mean?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, no, it goes back even further than that. Like, people think science is a new thing because
No, I'm
of
not
the
saying
population.
science is a new thing. I'm just talking about they would
Well,
have
no,
to
I'm talking
know.
about the science you're talking about. The specific science. I don't know what it's
Oh,
called.
I'm just saying
Whatever
they
it's
would have
called.
they to get there from our time. They would have to know, okay, these coordinates at this time that you're trying to go to wasn't like over the fucking Atlantic Ocean at that specific time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Like, so we have enough just based on solar movement and planetary movement. Just that alone, we have enough data to
I
go
think
back
that
to
was
at
the
least the
first.
beginning of
I think that
human.
was. I'm just saying that that would be the first problem
Now,
that you have to overcome to start. Like, you have to make sure
it's
that
not really a
where
problem,
you're
though.
going, not when you already know when you want to go to. Oh, I want to go to July 19th, 1984. Okay, but I'm gonna need more than that. What do you mean? Well, I'm
Yeah,
gonna need
no, that's true.
where. I know when you want to go, cool, but I need to know where you want to go. Oh, I want to
Yeah,
go to
no,
I
that's
want to go
already
to my
okay.
parents' house.
So
Okay, that's not specific enough. I need latitude and longitude, or you're not going
yeah,
anywhere.
yeah, since at least written human history that recorded things like longitude have existed for thousands of years, people don't realize how old that. A lot of our current science is based off of old systems that are the same. Um, we could probably go back to when humans like first started to exist.
That's pretty
Probably
cool.
just by doing math. But like when you're talking about like continental drift or shift or
Or at
whatever
least
it
the
ends up
oldest,
being,
or at least what we know is
that's a
the
problem.
oldest or at least what we know is the oldest instance
Yeah, we could go to the
of
oldest
humans.
civilization, no problem.
Like
No, we could even go to
like
the oldest
the
civilization that
Greek.
didn't even have writing.
No, I'm saying the Greek bones that they found. We could
Yeah,
go to that time
yeah,
and be
and place literally to that place. We could
yeah
watch them die.
and
However
be
they die.
relatively okay. But
No, it'd be fine. It
yeah,
would be completely fine.
okay.
Because the thing is, like before PE, okay, so it's just math. Like people forget this. Like all science, all
Because
of it,
obviously
and this
you
is why.
probably couldn't go to well at some level he's probably not where he died in some sense of
Well, yeah, because
exact
we only found
location.
we only found like some bone. It wasn't like we found like a whole
All of it.
body or anything.
Right.
Yeah, so he could have been. We could literally like. Well, first off, for a time machine to work in general, it would have to know how to hover. We'd have to hover because you
That would
you
be
don't
so
want to land
wild.
anything.
That would be
Right.
so wild.
You don't want to
fucking-
land somewhere
That would be
where you
so
can kill
wild to
something
be
that's
like
super important.
right. But
You know
that
what I
would be
mean?
that
So,
would
like-
be so wild to just
And I'm
like
not even taking it to
go
the
back and
extreme of like
like go back in time and like okay, say the original journey is like a fucking instant. It's bright white light. You're back in time, but then you're like, oh shit, I'm a few hours late. Let me rewind real quick and fucking just watching
Yeah.
everything go backwards would be so weird.
Well, you would have to hover because I'm not even taking it to the extent of like killing a bug or something, or even a large animal. Like, imagine if like
There
you went
could
back
be
in time and
something
there just
else
had-
important there.
yeah, like a tribe that had like a tribe leader, and you fucking land on the tribe leader. You know what I mean? Like that's a
Right.
big problem. You know what I'm saying? So like, that's a huge problem. That's a huge problem. in the
So
course
all
of
those,
history.
so
So,
all
like,
those, so
you would have
in-
to you would have to be able to hover.
So
at least.
what you're saying is more than likely those pictures that we've got of flying objects are probably not time machines. They're probably extraterrestrial. Or intraterrestrial.
Barely.
Huh?
You'd have to hover.
Yeah.
To make a time machine, you would have to at least be able to hover or fly. Or fly.
I just
So,
don't like.
The things you're talking
I just
about.
don't think that. Like, what is?
No, I'm not saying they are. I'm not saying they are at all. But what you're
I just don't think it would ever be I just don't. I just can't see how it would ever be liable. Not possible, liable.
Wormholes.
I'm not saying
Wormholes
possible.
do exist.
No, I'm saying I'm just saying it's not.
No, I'm not saying possible. Even
it's
liable.
It's not really liable. Because in the sense of.
I mean, it is, but we don't know what we can do with it.
In the sense of, right, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm saying, like, maybe it's sometime in the future, yeah, we might be able to figure it out and do it, but at the same time...
No, I'm not saying we can do it today. No.
Yeah, but at the same time, aside from ancient shit, like, everybody's like, well, why doesn't anybody come, back in time to now and tell us? Because they don't. We record fucking everything now. They don't need to come back to now. Yeah. Even if they did, even if we do fucking find time, we know about now. Everything's fucking recorded, whether you want it to be or not.
Yeah, that's a dumb. Yeah, so like a lot of people don't understand. The only real reason to travel back in time is to see what was burnt at the Library of Alexandria. Actually,
like honestly,
best thing you could do,
actual human history.
No, even like ecology and stuff like that too, biology, everything. The only way we're going back in time, if we can record what we did. And the reason is because wrong. We could have already done it, and I don't know, but I don't think we have the technology to do that. But then again, the government's 20 years ahead of
at minimum.
All governments are 20 years ahead.
At minimum.
Yeah. I mean, just think about it, dude. LCDs were
that's just the best guess.
LCDs were first put in the Abrams tank in the 1980s, and we didn't get them until like the late 90s. So, like, mass publicly speaking. Now, I'm not even saying we could have time travel. I'm not, but the only way that time travel could work is there's only two ways. So, one, you have to have a hover, and you have to be able to open a wormhole on Earth if you want to stay on Earth. If not, we're gonna have to figure out how to use and on top of that, we have to figure out how to use wormholes to go back in time versus just traveling from one point to another. So theoretically, we could actually travel across space if we wanted to. We just don't have the means to create a wormhole or even really detect a wormhole. We have ideas of how to do it, but think of it as like, do you remember it would kind of have to be like do you remember in Cowboy Bebop when they closed the gate on that one ship? It kind of like was like sort of invisible, but you couldn't interact with it. You remember what I'm talking about?
Is it a touch screen? No. Sorry. Yeah.
Do you remember the fight scene in the gate?
Yeah.
On Cowboy Bebop? And then I think they closed it on that ship. And it just... Slowly.
Right.
That would be the same kind of concept. The only difference there is that they died because that's the implication of it. But we would have to figure out how to use wormholes to go back in time. So right now we can theoretically go stay at the same time throughout space, but we're only traveling really great distances through a
wouldn't that essentially mean we would have to be able to create wormholes though?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you have to not only
not even just
use
use
wormholes.
existing wormholes, because
Yeah,
that
agreed.
wormhole may not have existed until relatively recently. But we
And
got to
can
be
barely,
able to
we can't even
create.
detect them.
Right, we got to be able to create our
We know
own
they exist.
wormhole, and then
We know.
use
Well, first off, they're
said
only a theory,
created
but
wormhole. Right.
go where we wanted to. Only two ways to do it. Those are the only two ways to do it, and that we could that viably right now, anyway. Speaking that we know of, completely fucking wrong, but so could the scientists.
And
say
you would
the same
have to
fucking
do
shit.
it. You would have to do it honestly. I don't think you could do it on Earth. I think there would be too many. I think there's still too many implications. Like you could start on Earth and end on Earth, yes, but I feel like you would have to exit the atmosphere to do it. I feel like there
Not
would be
according to
too
a lot
many.
of
I feel like there would be
not
too
according to-
too many. I feel like there would be too many implications of a wormhole opening up, even in midair.
No. If that was true, we probably would have been sucked up already, like the whole planet.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like wormholes don't really.
No. Yeah, they
If
do
you
exist.
cre-
We
but
know
if you,
they exist.
Not
We just don't
on
know how
Earth.
to. Bending space and time, Earth doesn't matter. You understand that? Like, so it's if you put a dot on a piece of paper, and you fold that piece of paper. Let's say you put the top of the paper and you fold it in half, up and down, right? Earth doesn't fucking matter. That's what a wormhole does. That we know of off the top of our heads. And the only viable time travel that we can think of is if we take the wormhole and make a side exit.
But at the same time,
That's-
But at the same time, you would have to open a non-volatile wormhole, which we don't even know if that exists, to be non-volatile. Like,
If
like
no,
the
you-
kind
see,
of
this is the
precision
thing.
wormhole
You're
you're talking
taking-
about, the kind of
No, it's not
precision
that.
wormhole
It's-
you're talking
it's not
about.
precision. It's not precision at
It
all.
would have to be precision
you're
because
s-
it would have to only
No.
encompass the time machine. You could not encompass anything else around the time machine. It would have to
Air?
encompass
What is air
only
gonna
the
do?
time machine.
What is air going to do?
It still would have to be a small enough wormhole to only encompass around the specific time machine.
Wormholes aren't black holes.
I'm not
That's
saying
the problem.
I'm not saying it
that's
would
what
have
you're
to be.
saying they are, essentially.
I'm not saying it would be, supernova fucking huge. I'm just saying like it would have to be a legitimate distance around the time machine itself. You couldn't have like a fucking you couldn't create like a big wormhole and take a big fucking chunk out of whatever the fuck you're going back in time with. It would legitimately
That
have
would
to
be the point in the flight and the hovering, Dustin. Just do it in the sky. It wouldn't have to.
I get that, but at the same time, oh yeah, okay, a random fucking bird comes with you
And it probably dies.
that okay, but you still got to make sure you don't leave it wherever you're at.
I guess. I mean, it depends on how far back you're going.
That's what I'm saying. It would have to be in my opinion, it would have to be a small enough volatile wormhole, non-volatile wormhole that only encompasses around said time machine.
No, because I mean, if you went back to
The best way
you
to
know,
do that would make a round time machine, like a capsule.
Yeah, but see, what you're what you're doing is you're saying like, all right, I get what your point is, but the point really doesn't exist. Because what you're saying is you're going to bring the bird over there, and there's going to be evidence that you were there, thus causing the change. Depends on where you're going, right?
I mean,
Like,
but
you would have to. you would have to be in a sterile environment if you're going back to dinosaur times, right? But if you're going back to like even like Egypt, like or even Mesopotamia, don't really have to worry about that. Nothing on the planet has evolved that much to where it would
Well,
cause a huge.
that's actually more my concern is introducing
Wouldn't
like
already existed.
yes, the animal died, but say it had some fucking bacteria on it that obviously probably didn't exist to whatever extent wherever you're going. That could
I mean,
that
unless
I
you're
mean,
talking about bacteria
that could
like COVID
actually
or
cause a problem.
something like that. I mean, you wouldn't be doing it in.
I'm basically worried about the sterility of the environment. Like you would have to encapsulate the time machine to keep the whole environment sterile for
I get what you're
every
saying.
party involved, to be honest.
I get what you're saying, but at the same time,
I mean, the chances of it actually doing
So,
anything are
you would-
slim to none, but the chances are, I mean, the chances of me going outside and getting fucking randomly fucking murked are slim to none, but it could still fucking happen.
I mean, yeah, for the first time, sure, but like, here's a strange reality most people don't realize. Unless it was made in a lab, 99% of germs have already existed for fucking hundreds of thousands of times.
I mean, I'm not saying that, obviously,
So,
but
germs
nowadays,
and viruses have already existed.
nowadays,
I get what you're saying.
nowadays, shit going back in time, like, I'm just saying, yeah, it would have to be, it would have to.
Yeah, that is a
encapsulate
problem in a sense.
The wormhole would have to encapsulate the, and I feel like that's that's just one of the boundaries that we have to overcome with time travel. Yeah, air doesn't really matter.
Well, no.
But
well, I mean,
you go back far enough with the wrong thing, and you could fuck up a lot of shit.
This also implies there's no gravity, or at least Earth gravity in a wormhole. Because people don't understand this. Even if a black hole is the other side of another universe, right? The amount of pressure that a black hole has kill anything. Doesn't matter how big or small. And from what we've gathered about wormholes, we think are wormholes. They have the same gravitational force. So we really have to figure out how to stop gravity. At least to the extent that to at least earthbound gravity. Mars or something.
I mean, it's like all those pictures or whatever of alleged time travelers where, there's a picture of this guy in like fucking 1780 something, and he's got a cell phone taking a fucking video of some band. That's like, no, probably not.
I mean, that's not necessarily true. That could happen. But the thing is that you're talking about the only thing we would have to really worry about as far as when that comes to play is ourselves, not other things around the ship. What would be a ship? The time machine. The amount. So if we're using the wormhole theory, the amount of gravity inside of a wormhole is too great for anything to survive. So we would have to make the ship not affected by the gravity. It's the other stuff that gets sucked up in the wormhole wouldn't. It would essentially be crushed to nothingness. So that wouldn't be an issue. It's more ourselves. We would have to be sterile.
I mean, if that's the case, then you don't want to create a wormhole inside of Earth's atmosphere to begin with.
Why?
Because that area itself, that specific area, would be just crushed by gravity from the wormhole opening and closing.
Not if it's in the air.
I mean, air.
Wormholes don't have.
Air can still get crushed by gravity. It's usually what.
So what does that matter?
It's because I honestly don't think the effects are gonna just instantaneously go away either.
No, it would just create a vacuum, and the vacuum would.
I mean,
instantly
yes,
go
it
away
would.
because we're in an atmosphere.
I don't.
Because what you would do is you would create a vacuum.
Yes, I understand
Doing
that.
that would create a vacuum.
I understand that, but what do we do to? What do we have to do to create a vacuum in our atmosphere now? It's got to be in a pretty. It's got to be pretty much in it, right? But you can't just make it in the mid-air. It's got to be in a chamber.
No.
So it doesn't
No, what I'm
affect
saying is,
the other air.
wouldn't have. There's not. We can't. Okay, so what you're saying is, you have to make a chamber that a wormhole would do what exactly? I'm confused because what you're saying is because we have to make a chamber to make. We don't have to make the vacuum. The wormhole creates the vacuum. Has nothing to do with us. You understand what I'm saying? And
We're
the vacuum
creating
would go away the second the wormhole. It disappeared. Gone. The vacuum would just be gone.
Hopefully.
'Cause we're in no, it would do the same exact thing that a chamber would do when you open the fucking door. We're not in space.
But we
So
have
you're
to
looking at this from like. No, this is what you're doing. You're taking it like.
We have
you're
to
taking
figure
the
out how to
opposite
open
spectrum.
and close this door on command.
We do that now.
Essentially.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
No, we create vacuums. We don't open the door to a vacuum. We just create vacuums in a chamber.
No. This is what you're doing. You're taking the opposite side of space. What you're saying is, because we create a vacuum, the vacuum's gonna stay.
We're creating
open a door in a
no,
space
we're
station,
we're creating a wormhole,
Yes.
which has a vacuum in
which
it.
creates the vacuum.
Right.
And when
So
it
we have to-
closes, what happens? It
Right.
disappears.
So we have to learn how to close. We would not only have to learn how to open the wormhole, we have to learn how to close it instantaneously.
or- have to be instantaneously. It could be days.
I don't think you want to
Vacuums
in-
don't work the way.
I don't think you want to
Okay, so
vacuum open. The door has to
Vacuums
be
don't-
opened, entered, and closed pretty much.
Yeah, eventually.
Like not really eventually. It doesn't have to be locked, but it's got to be closed. Because if you just leave the door to a wormhole open,
No.
it's just
You're-
going to
you're
continue
this
to
is what
create a
you're-
vacuum in that area.
I see your line of logic. I see your line of logic, but it wouldn't make sense for the one have to close naturally by itself. It wouldn't take days to do that. The reality is that even if it was to stay open for even an hour, it's not going to do anything. Because what you're doing is you're conflating, like, essentially, this is a thought in your head, right? You open a vacuum on Earth, it's going to destroy air or Earth or whatever, right?
I'm not saying it's going to destroy everything, but it's going to have implications. If you
I'm
leave,
not saying destroy
if you
everything.
leave the wormhole open, and the wormhole is
for a
creating
long enough time,
and the wormhole is
But you're
creating
talking
a
about
vacuum,
a long fucking
even
time.
if you leave it open for an hour, you're still having a vacuum open for an hour in a specific place in the air. So you would have to make sure that specific place is quarantined off. Like, you don't want anything fucking flying into the vacuum. That could have implications on our ecosystem. Not to mention the ecosystem that you're going to that's going to have a vacuum just sitting there open.
Okay, so this would have to be at a higher altitude. It's not like it's like 5 feet off the air, dude. Like off the ground. Like you're talking about something that isn't even like wouldn't work the way that you think it does. So, for instance, like what you're doing, and I can actually point this out, and even if you're not thinking this line of thinking or you aren't actively doing it, that's what you're doing. You're essentially reversing the vacuum air thing from like the space station. You're saying if you open that door, things are going to be affected drastically. The difference is that there's too much atmosphere to do so. Like the way it works is opposite. Like if you open a vacuum, Earth, even if it's actively vacuum, the only thing that would change is that the air would fill its void. That's it. Because I mean, you could say like a bird could get into it or whatever, but it's not like you're taking off from the ground. You would leave probably at least around airplane height, and for safety reasons, they would probably make it higher than airplane height, just because they don't want airplanes getting sucked up in it. But
well,
like,
in that sense,
you're talking about.
In that sense, you'd be taking atmosphere with you. Our atmosphere is drastically different than some atmosphere in the past.
I mean, it's made of the same chemicals, and it would be destroyed in the wormhole. You're conflating two things, and then saying this is the result.
So in that sense, we're just losing atmosphere.
No, because we make it so fast.
Do we though?
The global warming shit. Yeah. That's why all the global warming shit and all the propaganda, like the Amazon and all this other fucking shit. Like, look, I don't want Amazon deforestation either. That's for a different reason. Remember when they used to call it the world's lungs and all that shit, which was 100% bullshit. Actually, the middle of our country and the same spot over in Russia and the Ukraine, grain basket of Asia and the grain basket of America produce. Just the grain basket of America produces more atmosphere than any rainforest ever could, because of the scale of the size of just the grasslands. Whether there's farms there or not, it wouldn't even matter. People forget it's not just trees that create atmosphere / people. It's everything. The ocean itself is more of the lungs of the earth, just from plankton, than fucking anything on land. And the rest of the chemicals in the atmosphere are produced by living creatures all day long. If anything, if you want to say the earth is warming, or climate change or whatever, it would be actually not because of it would be because of cars and stuff, but it wouldn't be the sense of like the cars are necessarily causing it. I mean, just a population boom on the earth could do the same thing. So that's why, like, what you're saying, yeah, it kind of makes sense, but it's not like the atmosphere goes anywhere. That's why, like, when people talk about the hole in the ozone layer, I don't think that was actually a thing. One, how did it heal itself? Two, if it healed itself and things have gotten worse according to these environmentalists, then we're doing the correct thing. Like, but what you're thinking is that, oh, it's just going to take a piece of the atmosphere. It's not really how it's air. It's not how air works. Air works. That's why the hole in the atmosphere thing never made any Um, the atmosphere is air. It's different air molecules that exist on the planet. Up there, it's more nitrogen than it is oxygen. That's why we have a hard time breathing up there, that high of an altitude. But we create this stuff regularly. Like it's whether it's through machines or just us existing without even making fire. So like the major problem is, if anything, like when people say global warming, it's not really global warming. What it is atmosphere creation. Pretty much what we're doing on a mass drive, when we breathe, exhale, all that stuff. Like we make a lot of atmosphere and people don't realize that we do. Because no one ever explains that in science class. All the same chemicals you exhale and inhale. All the same chemicals. They're not even chemicals. It's just molecules of air. It's the same here as it is up there. The difference is the levels of the different air molecules. So the reason why we can't breathe up there is because there's just not enough oxygen. But there's nitrogen, there's carbon, there's carbon dioxide, monoxide, all that stuff up there. Been there forever. It's not like we didn't do anything to make it happen. Volcanoes did it. Natural wildfires do it. Exhaling does it. Like it's no different. That's why when people are like, "Oh, they control the weather," I'm like, "Yeah, kinda, not really though." Unless like you can show me an actual machine that controls the weather. Like I don't consider, like I guess you could consider cloud seeding controlling the weather, but like then so is breathing. Creating moisture in the atmosphere. You'd have to show me a machine where like it's like, oh, they're creating weather or whatever. It's like, yeah, I mean, I can believe that to a point, but also I can also like not like if you can explain to me how they can guide because the theoretical end to they control the weather, which they kind of do, is that they do it all weather, not just some. And to me, that means what you're saying is the hurricane that's ripped through Mexico and went through Texas and is now heading up this way as a tropical storm, was controlled by the government in some way, shape, or form. And because controlling the weather, using the word controlling is the problem. Creating weather is a different story. But they use the words controlling the weather, which means you have to be able to move it yourself. Can't like cloud seeding isn't technically controlling the weather, it's just making weather. Right? It's kind of the same thing. Just making this stuff naturally. Just natural things happening in the natural world. You can get rid of all of technology today, and the atmosphere would still be replenished within minutes. Of all the dead living life on the planet. Like
this meme said, this meme I just looked at said, people's.
I get what you're saying. I understand it to a point.
PlayStation fanboys' argument that PlayStation is better is because of sales, but if sales mattered, then McDonald's would be a 5-star restaurant.
No, it's console sales specifically, because you can't sit there and tell me their games are selling better. Like PlayStation exclusives, they're not selling better. They're actually selling worse than all other games. Really have exclusives. Point, but it's not really. Yeah, explaining. So, like, my question is like we have. The fuck do we not know what the sun does to the earth? This weather. Can you explain this to me? Why have we not studied that? Can someone explain?
Oh, there's a lot of shit I think we should study that we're not studying.
Well, I mean, besides the obvious, like, random stuff that's interesting. But, like, I'm surprised that we don't have any major institutions doing this. The study of effects of sun cycles on Earth.
She randomly woke up.
I don't know if you noticed.
I got home like 15 minutes before I got on. Not even. Probably like 10 minutes before I got on. And I texted her to see if she was home. Like right when I walked in. Like 5 minutes after I walked in the door. And then she just randomly comes downstairs. And she was like, sorry, I was asleep.
Okay.
When she let me hit her pen, it just dawned on me. I was like, Jesus Christ, it was like 2 hours later.
Was asleep. Anyway. But yeah, like a lot of the science that we have, they draw. I don't even think it's the scientists. It's just random ass people saying, "This is the conclusion," even though the logical conclusion isn't that at all. Like for instance, the logical conclusion of climate change is that climate never changed. That's the logical entailment. Well, that's actually an entailment.
I mean, I believe in climate change.
But
I just think the climate.
no.
doesn't-
So what
Like-
they've done is they've taken an actual science.
I don't think that we've done much to change much. I mean,
No.
I'm sure we do, but
Haven't done shit.
I'm pretty sure the climate does whatever the
My
fuck it
problem
wants to
to
do.
me that's the to me that's the human god complex. Human is God.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we might have affected it, but honestly, I feel like the climate does whatever the fuck it wants to do.
Yeah, it's the hubris of humans to think that we actually did something so grand.
Sure, we might be affecting what it does, but honestly,
Not
I'm pretty
really.
sure. I'm pretty sure it just makes its own decisions.
I don't think it makes any decisions. I think it's just
You can't even fucking tell me. You can't even fucking tell me when it's actually going to rain. So, shut up.
dude, we
Oh,
can't.
climate change, but oh, it's supposed to rain today and it never fucking rains. Or oh no, it's supposed to be sunny today and it fucking pours all goddamn day. But you're gonna tell me the fucking you know the climate is changing and you know that it's good. We're all gonna fucking no. You can't tell me if it's gonna fucking rain. You can't tell me that you know what the climate's gonna do. Cause I promise you, it's just gonna do what the fuck it wants.
That's the thing.
when
people
the
don't
fuck it
understand, Mother
wants
Nature
to
doesn't
do it.
care. That's the thing, right? Like people forget this.
Like
and
humans are
Mother Nature
a
doesn't give a
great.
shit.
Humans are pretty great,
Doesn't care.
but we're not that great.
Climate change was an issue. It's actually an issue, like a real issue. Let's be honest about this for a second. If climate change was a real issue, we wouldn't have atomic bombs anymore.
And honestly,
That's going to disrupt the climate.